feed from the YouTube over here.
So I hit start streaming.
All right. Yeah, actually, we are streaming. We are streaming now. Okay. Looks like it's a black screen right now. Maybe. I typically handle it, but okay.
Let me look it up.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, nobody's viewing it right now. 170 people are viewing this now. Okay, so we're live.
There we are.
Okay. All right, we're live.
Tell us where we are. Where are you? I mean, we're watching you driving down the road right now. Although,
all right. Yeah. Right now we're near Hammond, Louisiana. Interstate 10 here, moving toward the east, going to get over to Slidell, the Interstate 59 corridor, and we're planning to, move on toward the north there, maybe up toward Poplarville. We're gonna watch. We're going to watch this situation and see, what transpires throughout the afternoon. We're expecting some thunderstorms, which we're already beginning to see in the area, but some of our computer modeling shows, the potential for a couple of supercell thunderstorms across the region, where the tornado watch is now in effect until 7 o'clock this afternoon. And that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. We're getting into some of the rainfall here, leading edge, or the backside actually of the rainfall here along Interstate 10 as it's coming into Hammond. We're going to punch through this, and we've now got a special marine warning there just north of New Orleans that's going to come across the I-12, I-10 corridor there as it approaches Slidell. And that storm is, showing some weak rotation, but not seeing a whole lot right now. Just kind of monitoring the situation as we go out throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, so the big thing here overall was it's slight risk, and you and I were talking about this last night. Even though it was slight risk, every once in a while they put in a couple of adjectives there that sort of make you pop up and go, really? They put the word intense in there, and what was the other one last night?
Yeah, they said strong tornadoes, and then they had the intense and the actual watch box wording, a couple of intense tornadoes possible. So it is pretty warm down here this afternoon, so that's a factor. We got temperatures going into the low 80s, and dew points into the low to mid 70s. So the juice is definitely here.
So kind of looking at the radar loop right now, and I'll put it, I'll make it full here for just a second so we can see what's going on the bigger picture here. And most of this that we have at the moment, there's a little bit of confusion here because there's some yellow in the actual watch box. Now this yellow, again, is that tornado watch that goes through tonight. Might even be shifted a little bit further to the east over to Mobile later on tonight because of the fact that we're moving forward here with everything. Should be moving along, but coming through the Big Easy at the moment, east of Lake Pontchartrain. East, actually, on the eastern side of Lake Pontchartrain near the Wrigley's, a pretty big thunderstorm at the moment, east of the Causeway, actually, and coming into Lake Bourne. I got some other thunderstorms down there near Chalmette, where I wish I was every year for about 20 years. I was in Chalmette for this week for trout fishing and red fishing, but right now it looks like from home and northward, those are just scattered thunderstorms. And we saw a few severe or a few supercells that actually had a little bit of spin. And let me put the reflectivity and then the velocity in here now. There's some velocity there.
Yeah, we were seeing a couple of those storms.
Go ahead.
Well, we're as you mentioned, we're seeing a couple of those storms that were moving up into southern Mississippi there, the Boot and southeast Mississippi, particularly south of Hattiesburg, down near Wiggins, that had some areas of weak rotation. Those are the ones to see if they can grow a little bit in depth and get deeper rotation as we go into the afternoon and these storms. Well, more. I think a few more lightning bolts we continue on toward the east.
Not a lot there at this moment, but there was a little bit more spin there just a few moments ago. It was a pretty good couplet that was showing up, even though, and some new lightning too. Now, we always look for lightning. The genesis of lightning around thunderstorms like this when it comes to a supercell is often a predictor or an indicator that maybe we have tornado genesis taking place, the beginning of a tornado. But that's all at the moment. Looks a little bit linear till you get down to the south here. This is from radar again coming out of LIX there in Slidell, which has a pretty good picture of what's going on. There's the watch box area again. It goes as far north as almost Jackson, Mississippi, and is bounded on the western side by the Mississippi River, bounded on the eastern side by the Alabama border, not too far away from Bayou La Batterie, but that might move eastward again as we go through a little bit more time here overall. So we'll look at that. The modeling that we're looking at, Brett, I was looking at the HER a few moments ago, kind of takes this along, a little bit broad and scattered here as you look at it, but maybe some of these are supercells.
Yeah, that's the real question throughout the afternoon, Dave. As these cells can, get on off the coastline. The problem is instability. We've got the lower levels that have, quite a bit of moisture, but our upper level system is back off to the west, and it's actually weakening as it pulls northward. So we're not going to have all that weather. However, down on the coastline, we don't need quite as much of that because we have such an overbearing amount of moisture typically. So with some of these stronger cells, over the next several hours, maybe the next hour or two,
A little rough on your audio there for just a second, B. Let me let you get in a little better spot here. But you were talking about the low, and it is dragging off to the north a little bit. So a lot of the instability is going to go with that, or at least the veering will go with the low pressure up near Little Rock. We're kind of looking at the long wave IR at the moment from Radar Omega. And as you move along, this is only about 2.5 hours worth here, actually. But you can see the whole thing's moving on to the north a little bit. And so it'll take a lot of that energy with it in that general direction, leaving behind the dynamics that'll have to serve themselves. Now, we got, right here next to the Gulf of Mexico, dew points are going to be high. We're into the 70s now with some of these dew points coming on shore. So coming up I-59, Highway 98, I-10, in that corridor really for a little while is what we're kind of expecting to happen as everything pushes on in that general direction off to the east. So that's where we are at the moment with low pressure sitting right there across that region too. Now we go a little bit further back to the west. We'll take a look at the radar again. And this is going to show you where we have much of the precip right there, right along our little area, the front here. This is, we'll go to Jackson radar and take a look at it. There's actually quite a bit of thunderstorm activity northward here, just to the east of the Mississippi River from Greenville back over to Vicksburg and Jackson. I-55 over to Grenada. And some of that's kind of banded there, you can see. So there'll be some wind involved in that along 61, US 61, or I-20 going west to east over to Vicksburg. Some of the bigger thunderstorms there too. Vicksburg down to the south. And a little bit of lightning here as well. Again, within the watch box area over to Macomb, Columbia, Hattiesburg. One of our other spots there that we're looking at too from Hattiesburg southward, but that's all bounded within the watch box down to Picayune, Slidell, Mandeville, just to the east of the causeway there that goes across Lake Pontchartrain. And then moves through the Wrigley's on the eastern side, going over into Lake Bourne. So some of these big thunderstorms, too, they've mentioned the intense part of this. We know they mentioned intense thunderstorms, maybe an intense tornado or two within the thunderstorms that may develop. And so as a result of that, I think everybody's a little bit more cautionary. I know a couple of people who live in Hattiesburg who are watching closely as to what is about to happen here. So as we look at that, we'll sort of follow what happens with that, too, as we move along. And then down to the south, we still have these temperatures that are coming back up. I wish I could show you, and I could, but let's try to get Brett back on the air here really quickly. We got 70-degree dew points that are coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico, working their way up into this system. That combined with the shear that is available to the whole line. So as we go along, the heating of the day is only going to aid and abet this whole system moving on to the east. And you know what? It pulled out pretty quickly. There was hope over the last couple of days we get some appreciable rains moving in across the Mississippi River. Brett was over there looking at what was happening around Memphis a couple of days ago, and it was sad at how much water is needed over there. They just have been in such a drought, maybe got half inch, quarter of an inch in most areas when this whole thing moved through. But there is another system that'll be coming along as we move along through time, so that's something that they'll be looking at there as well. Tell you what, I'm going to put up the radar here, let the radar run for just a couple of seconds. This is, again, out of Jackson, Mississippi. We'll use LIX out of Slidell, Louisiana. Do a little zoom in here and show you that as well and put that into motion. These are the thunderstorms coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico. Port Sulphur, some heavy rainfall there. Lake Borgne, picking up some of the heavier rainfall there as well. And it goes all the way up to Hattiesburg in Mississippi, just to the west of Mobile and Gulfport. So watch this for just a second. Let me have for getting Brett back on the line. Certainly, if we get a tornado warning, we'll be on with you for that. And Brett's moving around, so bound to lose him from time to time. And we'll just give me just a second, and I'll be right back. Back up, B. You got me?
Yes.
All right. So I just put the radar on for just a second. I hope everybody understands we are actually live here going through several cell connections. Brad's got the latest technically as for what you can do, but we're still going to lose you from time to time. So from time to time, you may see the radar pop up there, and I'm going to put the radar into motion so you can watch it. But if we have an actual warning, I'll be sure to be on with you until Brett can get back in a cell signal in order to reach us. Is that a fair assessment, B?
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, we're working through some technical stuff here. We're working on trying to bring some of this coverage to you here on our channel. So we're going to be working through some things. Just bear with us. Trying to do this the best that we can. This is actually one of the more minor systems that we're going to be dealing with here. Weeks, we're likely to see more storm systems that are maybe more intense. So we want to work on some of these things. We also want to show you guys new products that we're going to be bringing to you here down the road. So I'm going to toss it back to Dave here. Wait on us to get in just a little bit of a better connection, but we'll have our dash cam rolling as well as we go into this area of activity here east of the Mississippi River. And as we head, we're actually going to probably run into some pretty intense storms, a little mesocyclone there just east of Mandeville, as you were talking about Pontchartrain there and the Wrigley's and everything. Right there before we get to Interstate 59, there's a pretty intense cell going on. So we're going to try to get to that here momentarily.
Yeah, let me take away. I'm going to take away the watch area here first of all because it happens to be the same color as everything else. So I got to get rid of that real quick here. So, everybody does pretty much know that we do have a tornado watch, and we'll remind you of that as we go along through the rest of the afternoon here. Basically, what we are looking at is the probability of having a couple of supercells, maybe a tornado warning or two here as we move along as well. That's going to cause us to, sort of be very vigilant at watching what's happening through the rest of this afternoon. The tornado watch does go through the rest of the night tonight till 7 o'clock, actually, but may even be moved up a little bit. As far as the wording goes, they're saying a couple of intense tornadoes are possible, and some wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour are possible as well as we go through some of these thunderstorms there into the region as well. Brett, your dash cam going to look straight out in front of us now, and in front of you, traffic sort of. Are you on 10?
Well, we're on 12. We haven't made it to 10 just yet, but we are on 12. And you can see the roadways here, a little bit wet, not too bad. Like I said, the more intense activity is in front of us. We went through a little thin line back around Hammond just a little while ago, but the more intense cells are just out ahead of us right now. We're going to get to those here in the next 15, 20 minutes or so over near Mandeville, Louisiana.
All right, so I'll put the radar. Let me just put reflectivity back on here as well to show you sort of what is happening. I took the watch down, folks. There's a tornado watch. I hope you know it by now. It's probably on your screen if you live down there in the southern part of the state of Mississippi, maybe even into western Alabama. I think we've got a couple of counties, Saraland back over to Mobile, that are underneath that watch too. But Brad, if I put this into motion, you can see everything is moving along from west to east, just like it should be. Let me put this into, I'm going to go full screen here with this so you can see it a little bit better. New Orleans, northward. LIX is the radar there. It's Slidell, Louisiana, the National Weather Service office. And all this coming in, you can see it running the length out over to the Gulf of Mexico, coming on shore there through some of the marshes in Port Sulphur, Houma, Louisiana, over to Gulfport, right there along I-10. Southern Fetch, lots of humidity, lots of moisture that'll be coming northward with the whole system at this point. Now we got some thunderstorms coming into Hattiesburg, I-59 and US 49. And again, that's where it was spinning a little bit earlier. We had a couple of storms that we were watching that did have some velocity, a little kink or two. There's a little bit. Brett, I wouldn't even be surprised if we don't get a couple of water spouts come on shore today.
I wouldn't either. It doesn't take quite as much for those really to come to the surface. You can get those just from your generic showers. With this convective activity, most definitely that could occur. I'll tell you what, I do got a little bit of new information, David. We're also within the NWS chat system here. A little bit earlier, looks like we had some wind damage reported at about 12:30 down 7 northeast of Diamond Head, Mississippi in Harrison County. Awning blown off of Nacos Market, power poles down. Time estimated from radar was about 12:32. Possible tornado tag with that. So, that could have been one of those cells that was coming on shore, spinning right there along the coast and come in and, had possibility of a couple of, small tornadoes there.
It's one of those spots, too, where as far as damage goes, which is a good thing. There's not a whole lot in these marshes that shows up, and very well, you have to get that information. Some of it comes in a little bit late, but oftentimes doesn't really show up on like a CC product or something that would show us an anomaly because of just the terrain overall. But right now, it looks like, at least as far as the instability goes, all that's a little bit now east of Hammond, right there on 55. As you come southward, dissect the state of Mississippi. Brett and I know that area right there just to the west of New Orleans, northeast of Thibodaux, from a year ago. And being down there during a hurricane with the water coming up high. And that was an adventure, B.
Yeah, not too long ago, just over a year ago, we were down in Laplace there, just off of the western shore of Pontchartrain, and that was quite an intense 8 hours there as that storm made landfall, and it really, slowed down, stalled out somewhat, and it really hit us with winds well over 100 miles an hour there for quite some time. We were hunkered down near a Home Depot, just off the lake, watching some storm surge right down the street come pretty close to us. But the winds, I think, were the most intense part, as we actually had to deal with a lot of that overnight.
I remember it well. You and I've been through a couple of those. I mean, we've throughout the years been through a few situations like that, but that was pretty intense. And thanks to the folks there at Home Depot for allowing us to use the good side of their building and shadow off the other side of it. And someday you'll write a book about it, Brett, and I'll read it, because somewhere in the back of my mind I've sort of tried to place that somewhere else, so I don't think about it at the moment. But anyway, that's what we got right now. We still have that tornado watch in effect that goes across southern Louisiana, western side of Alabama, Mississippi as well. That goes until 7 o'clock tonight Central Time, and we're watching. That's what we're trying to tell you. Look, and Brett mentioned this, and Brett, if I say something that would get me in trouble, you just say shut up. But some cool stuff's about to happen now. I've been out of the business for about a year. I had a little health problem, but still love the weather. I'm doing it for about 40 years now. My first job in Tallahassee, Florida, back in the early 80s, and weather is at my heart, and I wake up every morning. I still have to look at it. Brett is a whirlwind on his own. Loves the weather. I don't know if I could say anybody loves the weather more than I, but it might be Brett Adair. And Heath is there with him as well, our steady driver who's keeping everything going down the road for us. But in the future, along with Radar Omega, we're excited about some of the things that we're going to be doing. One of them is sharing the truth with you. We're truth sharers. We're not going to try to scare you to get you to watch. We're not going to give you false information. I've been doing this too long to go that route at this point. So we're just going to make sure that we keep you and your family safe, give you the right information, and quite a few years of experience. Hard to talk about one of these things, Brett, if you haven't been in one. I mean, there's paper. You can read paper, reread some of this stuff to the public, but if you've been in one, I'm more likely to trust you if you're my doctor and you've been inside somebody's chest before if you want to work on my heart.
Absolutely, Dave. That's kind of the thing here. We use a network of storm spotters, which, again, storm spotters that are trained are great. It's for me, it's imperative though, having that experience and being in the field for all types of weather, severe thunderstorms. Today, situations like today, we're going to be dealing with the potential for some rain-wrapped activity. A lot of this stuff, if you look at the radar there east of New Orleans, a lot of this stuff's embedded in rain. So we're going to be trying to go in and get a little bit closer. If we do get, some activity that begins to rotate pretty hard and tornado, we're going to have to get pretty close to these things. And luckily, living in the deep South, this is where I started to actually pursue storms or chase storms. And I'm quite familiar with this, rain wrap type activity. So, we're going to have to get in there pretty close to be able to see what's going on. Once we do get some of these quote unquote spinners going, we're also watching that fetch there. Really, as you look at that cell near Poplarville, it's starting to pop off some more lightning, and that extends kind of in a band down to the southeast. You're seeing those cells off of the Gulf of Mexico that are getting pulled in northwestward toward Jackson County, Mississippi, Mobile County, Alabama. Those are going to be the ones that we really have to watch a little bit later. There's sunshine in between those little showers right now. and that could aid in the instability that is needed to get those things growing and becoming thunderstorms, and maybe even going into rotation.
Yeah, I was looking at the satellite imagery. In fact, let me see if I can show that to you as well, because we did have. I can show it to you right now. This is what it looks like. I was looking at the satellite big breaks are showing up to the west here. As you get back, we did have side of Louisiana to you right now. But right here, looks like cursor is. That's New Orleans, Lake Pontchartrain in here. There are breaks that are showing up. I don't know how right here well. Like cursor is in here towards Legend Lake Pontchartrain. You can see we've got inflow coming in down here. Right here, well, like cursor is inflow coming down here to the south. You can see we've got inflow coming down here to the south. Well, cursor is inflow coming down here to the area. And then you got your thunderstorms along the actual. You can see there's right here. And you got out just a little bit more. Watch it wrapping. You can see that it's dry right here behind. You got a lot of moisture right now just along the Mississippi River. You got some thunder dry right into that area. You got breaks right now. This is just about 55 western Alabama. Thunder by the way in that area. Exactly. This is just about some of your information. Thunder by the way across that area. Remember breaks exactly. This is just coming across the borders. By the way across that area. Same. As Brett was saying, we got the thunderstorms down there out of the Gulf of Mexico. We got the sunshine at the same time. As Brett was saying, we got the thunderstorms down there out of the Gulf of Mexico. The sunshine at the as Brett is right now moving again there in southern Louisiana is Brett Adair, and he's watching a couple of cars in front of him with some light rain here and there. I know there's some heavier thunderstorms that are coming down there just to the north of Lake Pontchartrain. You can see on the western side, too, if you look at the radar. Let you look at it. And if, by the way, I'm looking at something, you say, hey, dummy, I don't see it. Just, you can kind of say it that way. Bogalusa got a pretty good thunderstorm there just south of there, and a few coming in Picayune back over to Mandeville and Slidell at the moment.
Yeah, Dave, we're east of Covington here on Interstate 12. We're actually about to come into the western side of Slidell, just west of the Weather Service Doppler radar there. We're going to enter some pretty heavy activity here. Not a lot in the way of lightning that I see so far. Heavy activity that we're going to come into the backside of, and we're going to be in this for a while. We're willing to travel up Interstate 59 and go up into southern Mississippi there. I feel like that in those southern coastal Mississippi counties may be the best area for the potential for tornadoes as we go through the afternoon and the early evening hours, maybe even over to southwest Alabama. So we want to position ourselves a little bit further to the east, maybe even a little bit to the north, where we're seeing some of that more intense activity taking place. A little bit further to the east, maybe even a little bit to the north, where we're seeing some of that more intense activity taking place. A little bit further to the east, maybe even a little bit to the north, where we're seeing some of that more intense activity taking place. A little bit further to the east, maybe even a little bit to the north, where we're seeing some of that more intense activity taking place. A little bit further to the east, maybe even a little bit to the north, we're seeing some of that more intense activity taking place.
You can't. Let's try it now. Get rid of that. And so here's the HER model, and this is showing us some of the dew point conditions. And this is, again, just now valid. But temps are into the 70s. I know it's a small number there, but those purples are 70-degree dew points, and they're surging northward. Bogalusa to McCall, back over to Jackson. Now, just south of Jackson, we got dew points into the 70s, so it is thick. I don't know what the actual temperature is. Have you got a thermometer there in your truck, B?
I do, Dave. We're at 73. We're about to go into some of this heavier rain. So I want to let you know some of our viewers are able to see the viewer comments here. Everybody says they're big fans. They enjoy your work. On the satellite image, David, they're saying that the audio is dubbing. So we're hearing like some feedback there once we go to that satellite image thing. So I just wanted to let you know that. But I've got a little bit of good news to share as well. Good friend of mine down at the NWS office down in Slidell, Daniel Manning, she is saying that the Weather Service is likely going to start trimming parishes and counties from their watch at 3 o'clock. Depending on how it all looks at the top of the hour, they may trim everything west of the Pearl River, leaving only the Mississippi coastal counties and Pearl River County in the next 30 minutes or so.
All right. And that makes common sense. that they would be doing that from west to east. And thank you because I tried to throw the satellite in from another, actually another source, and so I wasn't able to check that. By the way, if you're watching, be kind, rewind, but not rewind. Be kind, but let us know what maybe is not great on the other end here. We're trying to. This is our first time really on the air. We've been practicing for about a week or so with, actually nothing to practice with. But I'm telling you, if you'll stick with us here, help us get through a few of these bugs to begin with. We have some really cool stuff. You're into cool stuff. We're going to be showing you that as we move along through the next couple of weeks. And now that we're getting into what is, for many, a primary severe weather season, for some a secondary season that's coming up. I think even in the 7 days, Brett, we got a little area to watch in day 7. Was it 6 or 7?
Yeah, we do, David. I want to bring your attention to something right now because we're about to have to move really, really quickly here to the east. David, if you can take LIX radar
on it
and look just southwest of the radar site itself, I believe we got a water spout that's coming toward maybe a tornado now that's coming toward that Interstate 12 corridor, Ozone Woods, Oak Manor Estates, Cadillac Park. Pretty tight little signature there, especially on reflectivity here.
Right,
I'm showing what could possibly be some sort of a ball here. Yeah. So
is it bomb?
I am just to the west of that.
Are you? So that's going to be on the northern side.
Yeah, just to the west of that.
Yeah, like right here.
Of the lake there.
You're not talking about this little inbound,
outbound? Yep, I'm trying to see if there's. Yes, that's the one. And reflectivity showed that really well.
I took that back just a little bit, B. Here's the live.
As it came off the lake.
Here's the, yeah. Let me take this back and show you. Here's what it was just a few moments ago, but I'm going to take it live now and show you. So it came across. That's when it came on shore right there near Bonfuca. I hope I'm saying that correctly. But it's already up to Ozone Woods, but it's so close to the radar site now. And I think we talked about that. There's likely to be some water spouts just because it's, a fruitful area there at the moment.
Absolutely, and those water spouts, when they come on shore, in many cases, when there's not a tornadic environment in place, they will weaken and spin out very, very quickly. That may be the case here, but the problem is that this little cell is so close to the radar site. I mean, literally,
let me see if I can find
shooting a couple hundred feet there.
Yeah.
But it had a really good reflectivity signature as it was coming off the lake. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a water spout down there. I'll start looking into that a little bit, but I literally am 2 miles from that little rear flank that is about to cross the highway. So you may want to take the dash camera now, Dave, just as we approach this, in case there's something to see here.
Nothing to see here. Everybody move along. Move along.
Nothing yet.
Yeah, I see what you were talking about on the reflectivity there. And the true bona fide cold front is just west of there, and that's why they're going to go ahead and cancel some of that. There's not going to be anything. Baton Rouge, you're in the clear. Jackson, you're in the clear. In Mississippi. In Louisiana. All those parishes there, Terrebonne, west, really, of St. Tammany and St. Charles, probably still going to be okay there as well. Port Sulphur, still got a couple of thunderstorms there. And the environment that we're talking about, where most of the moisture is and the sheer availability is going to be right through here. Bogalusa, let's go to Gulfport, probably in this area for a little while. Probably even should have drawn that just a little bit further to the north and included Hattiesburg, because you can still see the surge of moisture coming up all the way to Laurel at the moment, and the heavy rain that's falling there, along with what's happening there in that area, is showing up on our picture. Again, Brett, the full screen radar again out of LIX, still showing more or less just the linear part of this coming in from the west. Now moving across Pontchartrain and the Causeway, the linear part of this, our actual cool front, And got a pretty big thunderstorm up here near Jackson. A lot of lightning there on 49 US 49 north of I-20 and east of Vicksburg.
Yeah, David, I see that. There's, that's where I guess that would probably be the actual frontal boundary there, where that line, that final line, is beginning to push into western Mississippi. Our upper level system and our surface low back over northwest Louisiana into Arkansas now, beginning to pull off toward the north. So we're going to see conditions there, like on the Natchez area. Everything's pretty well over back there from Greenville to Natchez and west, even Vicksburg now. It looks like the main activity is to the east. You still got a little bit around the Jackson metro area before you're going to, be in the clear. But I still think the tornado threat's higher to the south. You can see there's a lot of rain up in that area. A lot of those storms there, they've been pretty socked in. The dew points are still supportive, but I think the main activity, again, is down in the tornado watch area, probably east of I-55 now. And, this southeast Mississippi, southern Louisiana corridor, maybe over to southwest Alabama, is probably the active course for the rest of the afternoon and evening.
All right, and again, they sort of updated. They just really updated the watch, the tornado watch, into the rest of this evening. Let me get that information for you. I'll go ahead and get back on here to take a look at it. But again, now east of Baton Rouge, really, and let me just read it to you here. Tornado watch number 558 coming out of Norman. Tornado watch, southeastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi. The coastal waters effective until 7 o'clock tonight. The primary threats, few tornadoes. And they still include a couple of strong tornadoes. This was actually written at 12:55. I don't know if they updated any of this, but I think they just left some counties, or parishes in this case, out to the west. 50 miles southwest of Pine Belt, Mississippi, to 60 miles southeast of New Orleans, Louisiana. Tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes into this afternoon. A few cumulonimbus with maximum tops up to not 450, but 45,000 feet later on this afternoon. And the mean storm motion vector, there it is, 21020. Makes sense. All right, still got some light to moderate rainfall there on your image. Let me go back to the dash cam so everybody out there can see it as well. Right now, developing showers, thunderstorms here and there. Like I said, we're not just concentrating down to the south. There's quite a few going on to the north on the northern side, although you're not under any kind of watch. But Jackson, Mississippi, pretty big thunderstorm coming into one of my favorite spots too, Brett, Yazoo City. Yazoo County.
Yazoo City.
Yep.
Yeah, that area is very, it's been a tornado magnet over the last several years, David. We're actually getting underneath this little cell here. I'm not seeing as much on radar, but I do see a little clear spot here ahead of us now. If you want to pull the dash back up, you can kind of see that, and it's coming across the road. Where that little area of rotation was located is now pretty well coming across the highway here just in front of us. You can probably see that ahead of this black Ford pickup truck here. But let's see what we can see as we pass.
Did you put on
area.
makeup?
See, no,
You look pretty good.
absolutely not.
You look better than you do in person.
Yeah, the camera does things to some people. Some people it adds a few pounds. Some people it makes them look decent.
Yeah, it's 12 pounds.
I mean, it's just looks can be deceiving. Let's just say that.
I heard that once.
You can see the stream of clouds though, right to left here, in front of me, possibly if you don't have.
It's a little choppy. Or at least it is on my screen here. Maybe not live, but we'll hold on to it here for just a second. Let me see if I change.
Let's see here to the
Dash
left.
cam a little better. If I just saw your dash cam, Brett, I'd be running for cover right now if I just saw it the way it looks, because it looks pretty bad, but it's pixelated.
Yeah, guys, the thing is, and as you can see, this is another thing that we battle with here in the deep south. Each side of the roadway here, you got trees everywhere.
Yeah. It makes a huge difference. I spent 10 years in Colorado where you could see one. In Denver, you could see one way over in Kansas from Denver, just about. But you can see now, and I see what you're talking about through the windshield wipers there, some of the darkening clouds that are coming through there. And again, Brett, I'm going to go back to the radar here because you'll see this as well as I do, that some of these now are bowing. There's some little bow segments that are coming in. Just, kind of moving up parallel to I-55 north of US 84, but you can see we got a few segments going on here, so we're likely to have some higher winds expected coming in along I-55 here shortly. Some of these are kind of individualized, too. I mean, they were not exactly supercells, but I do see some of these are cellular, at least at this point. But the rest of it is kind of linear. And anytime you sort of see this, too, Brett and I have often talked about this, and several studies have been done. Folks out of Huntsville did a couple of studies on this, but lightning that just sort of starts, maybe within a 5-minute window, especially if it's in a localized area, sometimes indicates tornado genesis. And I've seen that many, many times. And let's just say we have a tornado watch that's down to the south, inevitably, just to kind of make us look like we're not in control. There's going to be a tornado warning somewhere out of the box. It just kind of happens sometimes. So that's why we're not completely ignoring what's happening across western Mississippi or central Mississippi at this point either. What you got, B?
Yeah, just kind of watching that cell that moved to the north. It looks like we might have a cloud up there. I'm going to try to see what our best option is to go north here. I mean, I still think 59 corridor is going to be our best option.
Yeah.
So we're gonna move north up 59 and see what this does. I do see a feature on the radar, David, that may have caused that little spin up there. It looks like it crossed. There's some sort of an outflow boundary there south of the radar site that this thing crossed, and it spun a little bit as it did that. That's what we're going to have to watch for today, too, if we have any kind of boundary.
Lost your audio for just a second. There you go.
We're going to be looking to see if we have any kind of boundary interactions as well. If there's any boundaries down here. Typically, this marine area is known for, the marine layer. Typically, there's some little boundaries around here. So, any of these storms cross these little boundaries, like the one that's right there on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain right now. You go on a rotation there, spin up a little bit.
Well, there are. There are. So I'm kind of penciling back and forth here to sort of show you. It doesn't have to be a waterspout. First of all, is not like your big time tornadoes, so they're often very weak. So that they show up as not the big bright colors that you often see. But if you look out here, this is Lake Bourne, by the way. The Wrigley is coming east of I-10 here. That's that little area there where the water comes out of Pontchartrain, runs into Lake Bourne on the south side. And so this is rotation. It's not huge if you're sort of new to radar and you're wondering what to look for. That's spin, that's rotation that's going on within the storm. And it might just be, the next time you see this thing happen, you could end up, with something a little tighter than that. But these are small rotations that occur, and you can't see them if you just sort of look at them in one screen. So I like to pencil through. If you're on Radar Omega, take the little wand down at the bottom. Again, here's what Brett was talking about. There's an inbound and an outbound right here that shows up on the radar. Let me show you. See, I'm talking about this, and we're watching your dash cam. I'm doing a tutorial here, and we're watching your dash cam. This is about to come in on the south side of Lake Bourne, and so these are rotations. These are, they may not be visible water spouts, but they're rotating.
Right, no doubt. Those are the areas right there. You're looking for inbounds and outbounds. That really bright green there against the really dark green. And, that's an indicator that we've got some spin there as it comes toward the north. And typically what happens is, especially if you've got shallow rotation like that, you see those storms, after they hit the terrain, they deal with friction. And when the land friction interacts with the storm, you might see that weaken for a time. Especially on waterspouts, that's what causes those waterspouts to dissipate. They can't really deal with the land friction.
Yeah, really fast. And see, now I'm looking at mobile radar right now, south of Dauphin Island, where sort of the same thing's going on. I wouldn't be surprised to see sort of these are cellular, all coming in. They even have a little bit of a curvature with them. Some of them, the little jelly bean, the little kidney bean, not jelly bean. Kidney bean, one of the bean. It's in the bean family. But look at the little arc right here. This is some of the stuff you look for. You don't get real excited about it, but you look and you go, okay, I did have a little bit of arc right there. And I think there's a little bit of spin there. Here as well, especially right here. If it was me and I was a photographer, I'd probably be out at the beach today, kind of watching this stuff come on shore, B, because there's a lot of cellular stuff out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you've kind of got a exit strategy there. I mean, we see waterspouts down in those areas all the time. Today's probably a really good day for it, considering that you've got all those, broken showers and little storms down there. Not seeing much in the way of lightning, so maybe a perfect day for a spout out there on the west end of Dolphin Island, Fort Morgan, Gulf Shores. Uh, Even if not a great day to be out on the boat because those conditions can go downhill really, really quickly out there. So. But in terms of visibility, I bet there's great visibility on Dolphin right now.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so. So again, we're looking at the velocity data there. We're looking at the high-res radar data. If you've got a question, by the way, now that we're sort of in a tiny little lull here, and we're really just, Brett and I are on the air here at the moment because we're anticipating as we move along through the next couple of months that obviously things would get a little bit more in the way of serious when it comes to a widespread event. But we thought we'd do this right now to work out some of the kinks. And maybe if you are watching, Brett has a huge audience. I have a chicken, and some people watch that when I'm on the air with the chicken, but they don't really watch me to see me do anything. So if you come to my Facebook page, I'd love to see you. But it's probably going to be me and the chicken. Brett's got this page here, and he's built it up. 250,000. Is that right, Brett? About 250,000 subscribers now and going up?
Yeah, I think we just topped with Hurricane Ian. We had a lot of guys that went down and worked really hard. I think we're over 330,000 subscribers now. So if you're listening and interested in this type of content, and again, as David has mentioned, we're building up this live severe weather coverage. We're going to do some things with it in the future, much bigger things again, but it takes time. So if you're interested in seeing that as we continue to do that, make sure you subscribe. Go to David's Facebook page and his page, and we're going to be streaming across multiple platforms once we get all this taken care of and all said and done. So just stick with us. We'll be definitely doing some more high end events in the future, but now's a great time to test.
Yeah, and if there's something you would like to talk about, if maybe we can help you with some of the radar products. Radar Mega is kind of new, and I had been another subscriber since the day it came out. I've been doing this for a long time, so I've seen many come and go. But the folks at Radar Omega put this product together, and it's actually got, if I was on the air, if I was like at a regular television station, there's a lot of stuff I'd use on this app, and it's no more expensive than any of the others, but there's a ton of stuff there, and we'll be showing that to you from time to time as we move along. In fact, right now, I'm using the app. I said that a little behind me, and here's your face again, B. But I got the app up in several places here where I'm watching what is going on. Hold on. I can't brag about something that's not there. There we go. So I got there's a lot of satellite data on here. You can get the geo stuff, all the new stuff that's coming in, and especially when it comes to the tropics. I mean, they're building stuff, and they'll take, by the way, if you want to give them a buzz, they'd like to get some information from you as well. But if you got a question for us, please ask. If you don't like my hat, just mention that too. I like your hat, B.
It's cooling. It doesn't trap all the heat in from the head here, Dave. So.
I knew you'd have something like that. No question in my mind, you would have something like that.
Oh boy!
It's raining hard. Is that debris I see on the side of the road?
Might be a stretch, Dave. It's raining really hard. We're definitely moving into heavier activity here. We did just now get on Interstate 59. We're about a mile up, so we are getting into heavier activity for sure. This is going to continue over the next several hours now as we continue to move our way up toward the north. So, gonna be fun. Gonna be fun.
All right, again, let's take a little look at what's happening here. I got to get rid of some of this stuff so you can get a better image of what is happening. the alerts. Let me get rid of this watch for just a moment. It happens to blend in with some of my data here, and I know we can fix that. But we'll look at the radar, and we'll go full here. Brett, if there's anything you want to say about it as well, you just chime in. Right now, we're looking at some of the stuff coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico. The actual frontal boundaries back to the west here. I can sort of put this on the map to show you what we're talking about or where it is. The feature is, and this is where the drier air starts to come in and does so pretty well. Now, just to the west of Jackson, there is your front. All this over here is in the dry air coming in from the western side. This is the moisture, though. This is on the south side of this. This is where we see the high moisture content, the dew points that are coming up, and bringing those 70-degree dew points coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico, working their way northward all the way over to Hattiesburg and beyond. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning just popped up. This is going to be just on the eastern side here. I think this is going to be in Gaucher. Brett, this is Gaucher, Jackson County, coming in near Moss Point. Gaucher moving north, 25 miles per hour. Some gusts to 60 along with this as well. So that falls within our area here. That's kind of new, just south of I-10.
It is. That actually is including the Pascagoula, Van Cleve areas as well there. Along the Highway 90, I-10 corridor, areas up near Van Cleve, State Road 57. You're also included in this warning area. There was a special marine warning offshore. We mentioned the possibility of some of these water spouts. So there's also that is from Pascagoula down to the south, down out toward Horn Island, about 20 nautical miles out in the Mississippi Sound. Those are moving north around 25 knots. So gusts to 40 and water spouts are possible with those. So again, along those coastal sections, especially with those shallow sails, gonna have to watch for some of those water spouts that could possibly come on shore. But again, this was enough for the National Weather Service office in New Orleans to give a severe thunderstorm warning there across portions of Jackson County as well.
So that includes I-10. That's going to be just to the west of Moss Point, where just now north of Gaucher, and there's some wind there within the high-res velocity. There's some wind that's denoted by 45 miles per hour going away from the radar site. So near 60-mile-per-hour winds are expected. This goes for another 35 minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a tornado warning yet. It's a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect here for the moment. Out of this storm that was just coming on shore just to the west of Pascagoula, Mississippi. Highway 90 that goes to the west-east there is one of the main areas that we're looking at. Moss Point there, too. And the actual polygon goes northward. And you can sort of see the polygon. By the way, let's talk polygons here. If you've never really noticed them or heard a lot about them, polygons go from the smallest point to the what is typically a little wider point to show you motion. And so this thing's moving off to the northwest, this actual cell is. So that's the way the Weather Service draws it right there, going in this direction right here. And again, Brett, I see a little bit more inbound and outbound, a little bit more of a marker there of a little bit of shear.
Yeah, we're seeing that too, David. As a matter of fact, I went to look at the warning text for that severe thunderstorm warning, and the Weather Service has a tagging system. And what they've done is they actually have tagged this severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So again, this is a situation where these tornadoes today can spin up really quickly. So just because you're under a severe thunderstorm warning does not mean you don't need to be paying attention, because you can get damage from those with wind gusts up to 60, but also it could rapidly change as we're now starting to see some broader rotation. Actually, I think that storm that's on shore is actually wrapped up a little bit there, got a little bit of tighter rotation west of Moss Point with it now. So we're going to have to watch these through the afternoon.
Yeah, and the secondary one there that's almost onshore again has sort of, at least differing directions from the wind. That's on the eastern side of South Pascagoula, just to the west of Bayou La Battery, actually. And that's the Alabama border right there, by the way. But just as Brett was saying that. So we get these in increments of about 5 minutes, 6 minutes. And the new velocity data just popped on there. There was, you can see there was a little bit more of a direct shear point right there that was showing up. Now it's a little bit, it's flattened out just a little bit, maybe broader circulation that's occurring. But nonetheless, that's the first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. Still watching all these other areas because wording is still for the possibility of an intense tornado today. Now, probably not going to be one that comes in off the Gulf of Mexico, Brett.
Right.
So they
While
did
we
issue a
have just a
tornado
couple
warning,
of.
by the way.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see what I've got here. Yeah, tornado warning.
Yeah.
Located over Gaucher, 7 miles west of Moss Point, moving north at 20 miles per hour. So yes, that is now in effect until 3:45 Central Time. So we got a 45-minute long warning effect now, David.
Yeah, so that's just to the west of Escataba. You can't say we weren't all over that. Martin Bluff
Right.
and Moss Point. Now again, this is the latest picture. Fontaine Blue is just off to the west there, but the latest shows that that's one area there that's rotating. There's another one just off to the south. Sometimes this is all cyclical, by the way, so we'll watch for this secondary storm that's down here to the south too as it comes on shore. We'll be looking to see if it has any of the same characteristics. But right there is the actual tornado warning at the moment from the National Weather Service Office, as Brett was saying. Population out ahead of this is about 75,000 people. And radar indicated tornado here at the moment, which radar indicated. Let me just see if there's any kind of a CC drop here with this B. Yes. Look at this. We do have a drop.
Uh-oh.
Can you see it on screen here?
Yeah, I do see that. I see that. David, I just want to give you a little bit of quick feedback, too. A lot of the viewers are asking if you can actually bring your mic up to the level that mine is.
All right.
That would be great. Also, David, I just looking at something, though, I just noticed this. That CC drop there is actually in the inflow region of the storm. It is not co-locating with a higher DBC. So I don't think we have a tornado there yet. However, it's possible. The rotation there is definitely, it's definitely picking up, and it has picked up just to the west of Gaucher in the last few minutes. It should be crossing I-10 here in the next 5 minutes west of Escataba.
Yeah, so again, I turned my mic up a little bit. Y'all just have to let me know where it stands at the moment, but I think I did turn it up just a little bit more. Got to turn it down because I'm way loud in my ears. There we go. But let's go through it here. Reflection. Again, got a little hook there. This is all just south of I-10. Again, let me back out just a little bit, just to the east of Gulfport and west of the Alabama border. So there's your little hook that shows up in reflectivity, the velocity data, an inbound and outbound marker there. Not what it was a few moments ago, but still a little gate-to-gate shear that was going on there as well. And then if you look at the correlation coefficient, there's definitely an anomaly that's there. Showed up 2 scans ago just to the west of Gaucher. And then shows up pretty well there south of I-10 at the moment and east of Fontaine Blue. So that's where we are. Brett gets all of that instant information as far as what has actually happened and getting confirmation. So I'll let Brett, I'll let you take that on. Right now it's a tornado warning still in effect.
Yep.
Population 77,000 people who are within this polygon. All right, B.
Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Bernard, St. Charles, St. Helena, St. John the Baptist, St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, Washington parishes in Louisiana, as well as Amite, Pike, and Walthall counties in Mississippi. You have been cleared from the tornado watch at this time. It looks like our tornado watch now continues for Hancock, Harrison, Pearl River counties, and Jackson County, which Jackson also has a tornado warning in effect until 3:45 p.m. this afternoon. We also are starting to see some indications of rotation just south of Hattiesburg. We're seeing a pickup in lightning activity now, and that's going to be an area to watch. It's kind of like we've got a little bit of a band here that arcs back to the northwest. Where the storms in Jackson County are located, this band arcs back up toward Hattiesburg, Lamar, Forest counties, and there are some areas in there that are beginning to spin as well, a little bit better south of Curtis now. And we're going to have to watch those pretty carefully. That's a pretty tight
Yeah.
little area there south of Purvis.
Yeah, north of Lumberton. Check this out. If we go back a little bit now, I'm going back about 15 minutes. But if I go forward here, that's the velocity data. So that was a close call right there on I-59. It has since broadened out a little bit more. It's not as tight as it was. But maybe just a precursor of what's about to start happening here in the next couple of hours as a little bit more shear takes place. Still got a lot of lightning here. Let me back up and look at the radar out of LIX again, because Macomb, I see suddenly we have some lightning there that's showing up as well. That is brand new. That's with the actual frontal boundary, though. That's with the actual front. The lift from the front that's coming in from west to east along 84 and I-55, about to cross over the interstate there near Macomb, southward. And the very last bit of rain is coming across Pontchartrain at the moment, just about to cross over the causeway and work its way eastward. Tornado warning in effect here for the next 41 minutes. Still have a tornado warning in effect for central Jackson County. That does include Gaucher and Moss Point, moving to the north at 20 miles per hour. From the National Weather Service there in New Orleans, Louisiana, Slidell, actually. An office very near and dear to me. My good buddy Rob Ricks worked there for many, many years, retired last year. He's my college roommate at Florida State University. And a lot of other folks down there. Yep.
Dave, I got something for you. Switch to mobile radar. We may have an active tornado about to cross the Interstate 10 corridor there. You got a very good, well-defined tight area of rotation on itself off the mobile radar. And also, that storm coming off the Gulf, southeast of Pascagoula there, headed up toward Creole. Very impressive. Now, every one of the storms that are beginning to come off of the Gulf are now rotating pretty good. We've got a special marine warning up just south of Mobile County now, including Fort Morgan and Dauphin Island. All those cells are now going into rotation and heading to the coastline.
Yeah, there's what you're talking about. Just now about to move onshore along County 611. It looks like just south of Pascagoula, actually, and that marker that he's talking about. But if you put it into reflectivity, you can see there is certainly on the southwestern corner of the storm, there's a little bit of a drier slot, if you will, right there, and. I don't know, B kind of looks, I mean, if you look at the reflectivity, it looks like a spout to me, or at least I guarantee there's some rotation. The other thing that we were talking about was, I said jelly bean, I meant kidney bean, and look at them all now. I mean, this just really kind of happened over the last 15, 20 minutes, where you got an arc showing up with just about everything coming in off of the ocean, off of the Gulf, kind of everywhere.
Yeah, most definitely, Dave. That storm that just crossed I-10, you might want to go back to that west of Escatawpa. It's headed toward Martin Bluff. It's got a really good gate signature now on it on the original tornadic cell that's northwest of Pascagoula there. Yeah, that one there. Look at your velocities. We're seeing a little bit of CC there. I can't tell if it's co-located or not, but quite a bit of activity going on there. Good gate-to-gate rotation. I'm looking at the radar here in the vehicle as well, and we're seeing upwards of 80, 90 mile per hour shear there just to the south side of Martin Bluff.
All right, he's talking about this storm right here. I'm going to take it full screen so you can see it just a little bit better. But what he's talking about is there north of I-10, south of Van Cleveland, and just to the west of Escatawpa. On the western side, just north of I-10, if you will. And again, that's a rotating thunderstorm. Now, the reason, let's talk about this, Brett. A lot of people are asking, why does it look like a kidney bean? And the easiest explanation is, if you look at this, you always got to look at the weather three-dimensionally, because I know it's flat screen here, but three-dimensionally talking, we're looking at the air, the wind flow, the airflow that's coming into this storm, moving along this storm, coming in from different levels and different heights. And if you think at it, it's blowing at different directions, but also different wind speeds.
Yeah, absolutely, David. The lower levels, the more shallow area of the storm, like you're seeing on that southern flank there, the winds are blowing more southeasterly. But as that storm grows, the winds aloft are out of the southwest and even veering around to the west. That's the reason you kind of see that storm look like a V as it goes off to the north and east. And it's a supercell. It's absolutely a supercell. David, can you do me a favor? Take velocity there for just 1 minute. I just got a TVS signature there in Martin Bluff, and most intense gate to gate signature I think that I've seen today so far.
Yeah.
Pretty good little signature there.
73 mile.
Justified
There's a
tornado warning.
pixel right near Martin Bluff, negative 73.
Right. That's going to be the inbound there. You
Yeah.
got 73 inbounds, and you've got at least 30 outbounds. So you got about 100 mile per
Net shear.
year there in that area. Yeah.
All right, B. Now let's talk about this. Is this what you thought was going to happen?
We talked about this last night, and most definitely had the potential. These are against shallow cells. If you look at the radar there, the only lightning bolt I see is up southeast of Hattiesburg. So these are very shallow type storms. You can look at the echo tops there as well, and it tells you that these storms are only, around 30,000 feet, which is rather shallow for tornadic type supercells. So these are what we call low top supercells down there. And, we deal with these in the deep south, and it doesn't take much for these to put down tornadoes. I don't expect them to be the longer lived type tornadoes, but definitely could be tornadic. I believe nowadays we have an actual CC now that co-locates there in the Martin Bluff community with a deeper reflectivity signal. So let me check and see if we have anything reported yet. But that looks very suspect.
Well, it is, and now it's truly gate to gate. Now, I mean, there's an obvious inbound and an outbound. Red meaning going away from the radar side. By the way, just imagine if it was an automobile and you saw their red lights. That's a good way of thinking about it. So it's going away from the radar, automobile. I got the mobile radar on right now because it is the closest radar that we have at the moment. We're only looking at 33 miles away. 33 miles away from the storm from Mobile at the radar site. That is just south of Saraland there, by the way, and west. So north of Pascagoula, that's a tornado. That's what they look like. Now, when we were talking about, is this what we expected? I'm not really sure this is what I expected. I didn't think we were going to be watching waterspouts come on shore and be our main threat, but is what it is, and that's what I love about the weather. Actually, is that we don't. I mean, you might see a thumbnail or two that says, "Here's what's going to happen for the entire winter," but that's a joke. Day to day, 24 hours out, sometimes an hour out. We're not really sure, and this whole thing is a little bit different from the way I actually thought. I thought a lot of it would come with a few supercells out ahead of the front, but not really like this. But B, you can also see besides that one, if you go a little bit further to the north, south, and west of Lucedale, I know this is an area that you're very familiar with, even though the colors aren't exactly gate to gate looking, there's still rotation in a lot of these storms. You can still see it if you just kind of look.
You absolutely can, David. And the thing about all this is, as you mentioned, didn't necessarily expect to watch waterspouts come on shore, but there was a big question about the activity today, and that was instability. I think our instability is really being cornered down there across portions of Jackson County, Mobile County, George, Stone, Harrison, and it probably nudges its way up toward the Hattiesburg area, but it's a sliver because we've got so much rainfall there, north to south, from Forest all the way down toward Gulfport, that's probably working over quite a bit of the atmosphere. So that is part of the
True.
issue that we're dealing with in terms of the atmosphere being overturned.
Right.
So you may have a narrow corridor where these tornadoes could occur, but again, not expecting really long-lived ones. But as you saw in that signature, they can spin up really quickly, and they can do a lot of damage if they hit the right places. So I really feel like we're going to be keying in on that particular area through the rest of the afternoon. I am now just south of Poplarville, north of Picayune here on 59. I'm thinking that we're going to end up having to go toward the east and maybe even the southeast at some point as this main rain mass begins to shift. And our temps holding steady about 73 here. But, it doesn't feel what you would think to feel like a very unstable tornado day in this area right now.
All right, there is a new day one, by the way. Let me see if I can get that to you here. I don't know if I think it's just pushed a little bit further to the east, is what they mainly did. Yeah, it does. It goes on over toward Pensacola, actually. Let me see if I can bring this up on the screen. There we go. Little cluttered. I apologize for that. That's the yellow is the new day one slight risk. So they just kind of updated and said, all right, no longer thunderstorms west of New Orleans at the moment, but they pushed that a little bit further to the east. It's a slight risk now that includes Hattiesburg and all of the area there into the southwestern side. It's Baldwin County, Mobile County, just not quite into Pensacola, but that is our eastern bound side, coming along the Alabama River, the Mobile River there southward. And so that's in anticipation of what's about to happen. We still have this tornado warning down to the south, and reason for it. As you look at it, the high-res velocity data coming in on our radar Omega system here at the moment shows it. There's still that curvature just east of McCall Landing, south of Van Cleve, and north of Martin Bluff, where no reason why, south of Evergreen there, no reason why we wouldn't still believe there is a tornado there. And Brett, the correlation coefficient, not really what it was, which... Let's talk about that correlation coefficient. It's a product that is, I don't know exactly how old it is as far as being used on television a lot. As the public has become smarter and smarter and smarter, we start showing more and more information. At least as a television meteorologist, we started showing more to people. And this was a product that was always kind of hard to talk about. But people have learned now what it is, and it's an anomaly that shows up within the whole scan. And you want to, you've been there when you've seen the anomaly actually in front of you.
Yeah, David, one of the things that we look for, as you're mentioning, is, the correlation. What that's actually doing is it is showing you different things that the radar is scanning. So raindrops are, they show up as one reading there on the coefficient. But as you start seeing different objects within the storm, hail will show up. But all that you can see in that brown color there, that's going to be rainfall. That's going to be all rainfall. As you start to go up and see some greens or some blues there, and it also co-locates with reflectivity product, we have to start looking to see if we've got rotation in that area, because what you could be seeing is actually debris or objects that are being picked up from the ground level, whether it be leaves, trees, pieces of homes, vehicles, what have you. It's seeing different objects within the radar scan. That means that things are being lofted into the atmosphere. So that is a product. A lot of people call it maybe a debris tracker, is what some of the
Sure.
The guys we're getting better. We're getting smarter. It's giving you guys a better idea of what's actually happening instead of just looking at what may look like paint thrown up against the wall with, your standard radar signatures. But as long as we can do our job and communicate it, you guys will begin to understand it better. But again, that's what we're looking for today. Radar is definitely going to help us in these areas where we have trees. And we're not out in the plain state where we can see everything for 50 miles unobscured. So these products are very helpful to us to, again, bring the images that we do here from the vehicle to you at home.
All right, we still have 28 minutes now on this tornado warning unless they do something about it. I think it's still up to my knowledge. They haven't canceled that, or at least it doesn't show up as canceled, and there's still reason for it. If you look at the actual radar imagery here, let me throw it up full so Brett and I can both look at it at the same time. There is the likely tornado just to the east of McCall Landing, south and west of County 63, it looks like at this point. And as it goes on generally in that direction off to the north, we are still watching what's happening here. And that's going to be moving. Just saw a little update there, but that was nothing really. But here it is, just to the east now of Evergreen near Poticall Landing. And the one thing that sort of stands out, if you're actually looking at pixel-to-pixel kind of stuff, and you put a little identifier on it, there's a 50 mile per hour wind that is going away from the radar site. It's kind of negligible down with the rain that's coming toward the radar site, or the motion that's coming toward the radar site, but enough to where we'd have about 60 or 70 miles per hour of net shear, which is, again, what we're looking at, B.
Yeah, no doubt, David. And I'll even go as far as to say the next cell down the line, the one that is now in Pascagoula, it's moving toward Moss Point, Escatawpa. Treat that like a tornado warning, because every one of these cells that's moving on shore has potential to drop a quick, maybe short-lived tornado, because they're all spinning. So I would treat that as if it were tornado warned as well, because it could be here very, very soon. The storm up near Van Cleve that we've been watching and discussing looks like it's getting its act together now again with better rotation. And David, you know what? I'm really believing once I get up here to Poplarville, I may take an east route, go toward Wiggins, and that'll kind of put me in position as that cell comes up to the north to intercept if it's going to do something. So I'm gonna go ahead and plug my new route here into the GPS, and we're gonna get ourselves in position for that activity as it comes up. That does look to be the main arc of activity for the afternoon.
So, I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where you are. You say you're in Wiggins?
Well, I am currently almost to Poplarville on I-59. What we're going to do is we're 28 miles from Wiggins.
Okay.
We're going to take Highway 26 over to Wiggins out of Poplarville.
Okay. That makes
I
common
just
sense.
think that based on what I'm seeing visually, those storms over there are the ones that are likely going to be the afternoon activity that will be the most dominant.
Totally agree. And just to get you up to date, because there's 3 or 4 of them there. Actually, Brett, let me see. Let's go to the other radar here. Let's go right to Mobile. I don't know if you can see. I know you got radar there in the vehicle with you, but I mean, this just looks like a
Yep.
day where we're going to have 3 or 4 of these water spouts coming on shore. I'm a little bit surprised we don't even have a water spout or a tornado warning for Dauphin Island, because that one looks pretty wicked. And check the 2 out that are about to come on shore. And again, just south of Moss Point and
Yeah.
Roche.
Every one of those storms is going to have potential to produce at least a short-lived tornado or a water spout that moves on shore for the next, I would say, the next couple of hours, because you're just getting, training. We call training typically when we're dealing with flooding, but you've actually got many low-top supercells there that are coming on shore. It looks like, man, that couplet there near Moss Point's really looking pretty good now. And this is after it's been on shore for a couple frames.
Yeah. Let me go down here to the
Little ball there. It's
Yeah.
right underneath that ball.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got actually, David, I got a couple different radar sources here in the vehicle. I've actually got a TVS tornado vortex sig cell just east of Moss Point. It is riding right up State Road 63 there. Going to come pretty close to the Pascagoula METAR station as it continues its track toward the north. But that's in a very populated area there. North side of Pascagoula near Creole, going to head up toward Moss Point, Escatawpa, and then cross the interstate there, moving right along the 613 and Highway 63 corridors.
I think you're talking about the. Can you still see the feed that I got coming out? This storm you're talking about that's got the hook echo on it, right? Or is it?
Yeah, David, that's it. The one that's you can see almost a very pronounced inflow region right there that's nosing into Moss Point, and then that ball just to the south in yellow would be your tornado. And
on 90.
Watching real close here, it's
Now that just happened, by the way. I don't know. There was a little ball right there all night to begin with. B, watch this. I'm gonna back this up like 3 frames. And there was a little ball that was attached there anyway. The correlation coefficient kind of matches up with that as well, although it's a little convoluted at the moment. The velocity data shows an inbound and an outbound there west of Creole and south of Moss Point and Highway 90. But just, see, that's why we got so many products that we run through here, because sometimes one will show one thing, the other one won't. Used to, I'm just going to tell you, back when I started, I had a radar that just showed 3 colors only. 3 colors is all we saw. And you had to make a determination. So that was mostly just people call you and tell you what had already happened. But this is near Moss Point, as Brett just said. And there are several more coming on shore there on the south side of this whole thing. A few more. I'm not forgetting about anybody, but if we look back to the west a little bit, you can see a few more thunderstorm cells there. But obviously the area where we have the most shear is about 50 miles east of there at this point. So that's going to be running right in along 63, County Road 63 that goes northward, and then over to Highway 98, State Road 63, excuse me, and Lucidale down to the south there as well. Tornado warning continuing from Pascagoula, Mississippi. This again just now coming out. This is an update to what they just gave us a few moments ago. Radar indicated tornado. No hail is expected, by the way. Not that kind of a system. But Gaucher, Moss Point, till 3:45 underneath a tornado warning. Brett, anything to add to that?
Yeah, David, the Weather Service in Slidell actually just posted an update, and now they are actually warning for both of those areas of rotation there in Jackson County. They also do mention that there's a higher area of wind shear showing up in some of the mesoanalysis fields there immediately offshore and across Jackson County that they believe is inhibiting some or allowing for some of these storms to go more supercellular in nature, which is increasing the tornado threat again, as we mentioned, across that southeastern portion of Mississippi. They're also looking into some possibility of some reports there because they're seeing some low CC values here that we were mentioning, that correlation coefficient product. Matter of fact, David, I'm almost certain you need to look at Mobile right now. Zoom in on the Moss Point cell. I believe we have a tornado on the ground now. Yeah, right underneath that ball, we've got gate-to-gate shear and very low CC right along 63. I believe we've got a active tornado situation now in Moss Point.
Looks like it. Again, my CC, as I have it here at the moment, Brett, I haven't looked at another one, but this is the CC product that I do have. And I always have to put this into motion to make sure it's not just some kind of clutter, but it is moving. And showing us that there's an anomaly here. As Brett was just talking about a few moments ago. All
there it
this
is.
Stuff. Yeah.
There it is, David. There's the update. Tornado, confirmed tornado. Local emergency manager confirms tornado near downtown Moss Point on the north side, moving north at 25. So that is on the ground at this time.
North at 25. I lost your audio there for just a second. North at 25. We're south of I-10 by just a few miles here in East Point. Repeat the rest of what you just said.
Okay, the Jackson County Emergency Manager is observing a tornado ongoing at this time just north of downtown Moss Point in the marshy area, and it is moving north at 25 miles per hour. So that is a confirmed visual of the tornado now.
Okay. Now, by the way, this is separate from what looks like another marked area here just to the north of Van Cleve. There is some inbound and outbound along with that, and it happens to fall within the tornado warned area, or at least that box that we're looking at, the polygon that we're looking at. But that is not what they're talking about that is confirmed and on the ground. They're saying that is right here at the intersection between 63 and I-10, just to the east of Escatawba, where we believe we have a tornado that is on the ground at the moment, right in this area. And so this would be what we call a debris ball there on 63, Brett, and I believe you and I both will kind of go along with that. I think they did, in fact. Let's see. You got any more info about that? Because I don't have an update to that yet.
I'm looking right now, David. Just the update to the warning was a confirmed tornado at the current time. 3:24 local EM reports a confirmed tornado on the north side of downtown Moss Point. Again, he's saying it's touched down in mainly the marshy area north of downtown. However, you can see where it's headed. It's going right toward the interstate there, Interstate 10 on the east side of Escatawpa there, east of Highway 63 or right along Highway 63, that intersection. You need to be taking cover right now as that storm continues to show signs that it has a tornado on the ground.
I-10 is 63 on the south side. This is, again, a tornado warning. We do have an observed tag on that now.
Oh, David, big debris blow up right there at the intersection now. You got a debris ball, and you've also got CC drop out almost to the bottom of the scale there as it's crossing Interstate 10 right now.
Yeah, that's what. And the debris ball, by the way, we've seen that for a while. I mean, it's actually been there for 3 scans now. The ball has away from the rotation, so we do know that we do have a tornado that is on the ground. You know, a lot of times, by the way, when you get a CC correlation coefficient drop that shows up like that, it's always better confirmation than just about any other product that we have. It lets us know that without anybody's influence, the human influence of, I think I saw a tornado, this is it. And at nighttime, this is always what we go ahead and shout out immediately that was going on. There's a new it's a mezzo. We'll look at that shortly. But this is much more important. East of Escatawpa on 63 and I-10. That is a CC drop confirming to us that there is an anomaly going on with this picture that says there is debris that is showing up now. We don't know what kind of debris. As Brett said, it could be as small as top of a tree or something. It's pretty wide here. You can see the pixels go from 613 back over to 63 and as far to the north as I-10. Sometimes that happens, Brett, when you get out of the National Forest area, you get out of a tree forested area, and you get within, sadly, a town.
Yeah, David. So I've got an update. Unfortunately, this Escatawpa is going to be the story right now because Interstate 10 is a major thoroughfare. However, now the tornado to the northwest confirmed northwest.
All right, Brett, I'm going to stop you for just a second. I'm not hearing anything that you say. Hey, B? All right, he's for the moment, I believe Brett is in an area where he's not being able to get service for just a moment. But let me update you on where we are. Tornado warning. Actually, a tornado is now on the ground. This is an observed tornado from the National Weather Service office there. They are now saying that the local emergency manager confirmed the tornado was located just to the north of downtown Moss Point. Moving to the north at about 25 miles per hour. Debris has been seen there. Tornado warning remaining in effect until 3:45 for that area. Another storm to the north that we're worried about as well on the northern side of this polygon that has the possibility of doing damage as well as there. So we'll be watching that and looking out for all of that to take place as we go through the rest of this afternoon on that south side of Mississippi, Wiggins southward, or back along 26 into the Mobile area. This is going to be Mobile County and also Baldwin County. You are in sights of this as well. Let me go back and see if we got Brett again here. Update that. Brett's dash cam is frozen here at the moment. But here is what we've got, and there is our tornado warning. Radar, let me go back to the radar to show you what's happening here with that as well. This is the Omega radar. Let me put it into radar mode here. There are several. 1, 2, 3. This is deeply concerning. Bring it up a little bit differently here. Because I-10, Moss Point down to Pascagoula, and the third one, there are 3 there, and another one, if you will, that's over here near Dauphin Island, coming in near Dauphin Island, just to the east of Bayou La Battery. 188, Bayou La Battery over to Alabama Point, and Port, actually. But the 3 storms of greatest concern, actually 4 now, show up here just to the west of 63, I-10 over to Moss Point and Pascagoula as well. So the tornado warning, I think they just reissued this tornado warning again. Observed tornado. This is going to be the Van Cleve storm, actually. So this is a tornado warning, and this is observed too. So now we have two observed tornadoes that are on the ground. This one, let me give you an update. This one is going off to the north. It's southwest of Wade, Holly Landing, Old Americas, up there to the north as well. But that is actually a tornado as well that is on the ground, almost within the same polygon, but you can see they did draw a new one. So the information here for the next 30 minutes, a tornado warning is in effect. Observed tornado near Van Cleve, about 10 miles to the north of Escatawba, moving north at 25 miles per hour. A damaging tornado from the National Weather Service here in Slidell, in New Orleans, telling us that is a damaging tornado. Velocity data, and this is the one that I was, we're kind of watching the both of them. But this is now a tornado warning there east of 57, west of 63. The inbound and the outbound marker is very dominant there. Again, at the moment, Brett is frozen. Moving in and out of that portion of southern Mississippi, not the greatest signal at the moment. So let's go back to the radar. There's the one storm to the north. No hail, by the way. Rarely is there any hail in this sort of a situation. But our other tornado, which is on the ground, just to the north of I-10, east of 63 and 613, that is a tornado warning. And the National Weather Service says this is on the ground. Let me see if I can show you what it looks like as far as a couple of other products. These are the ones that concern me. Because, again, this is not an observation. This is a reality. This says that all this around this is rain. Let me back this up for just a moment or two as well, because I want to show you something. Some of the data is actually coming in a little bit slow. So we've got debris flying. I'm not positive it's Helena or Helena. I think it's Helena, just to the north there. But there's strong indication of debris here and also right there. So that means when it went through Escatawba, the Moss Point area, something's aloft. It is still aloft. And it's that's the sad way of looking at it, but it is the reality of the entire situation. And then our secondary area, our new tornado warning, Holly Landing. That's going to be an observed tornado that goes for the next 25 minutes. Holly Landing, you're underneath a tornado warning there in the northern part of the county. That's going to be Jackson County in southern Mississippi. We're no longer in parishes, but we're in counties here. Back up just a little bit further, show you the actual radar. And it's pretty much the same. I'm going to back off here. It might be my fault that we lost Brett. So I'm going to back up here for just a second. Give me like 15, 20 seconds. And watch the radar for just a minute. Once again, tornado warnings in effect, observed too in two spots. One just north of I-10. Another one that is on the northern side of Jackson County there in Mississippi. And both are observed. Give me about 15 seconds. All right, I think Brett might be again in that area there between cell towers, but I want to get you up to date on where we are with what is happening. We do have warnings that are in effect here across southern sections of Mississippi. We watched these actually from their infancy become active tornado warnings. There are 3 here at the moment. There are 3 storms that are particularly looking dangerous, 3 cells, singular cells that are looking dangerous. One coming northward, working its way very quickly along 63. This is going to be State Highway 63 going northward. We do have tornadoes that are confirmed on the ground. This one that is near Calltown, that is a tornado warning with a tag to that that says this is on the ground at the moment. Radar shows that. Velocity data, inbound, outbound. Now near Gaucher, we have an inbound and an outbound marker as well. And to the north, this one's flattened out just a little bit. Now, doesn't give me enough reason to say you're okay. We're still going to have to be vigilant about watching this area just to the west of Wade. But there is also this correlation coefficient, which gives us an indication that there's still an anomaly or debris that is showing up here. There's going to be debris right there. See, this is all rain. None of this looks different. Rain, rain, rain. It's these little areas here that are different that show the change, the anomaly. And so that tells us that the radar is hitting something other than the size and shape and dimension of the raindrop. And kind of a sad product, if you will. But as Brett said, we often call it the debris signature. And I see 3 areas there. Going back to the reflectivity, this is very nearby Eula Battery. And that's also got that little curvature, the kidney bean shape to it, going northward along County, I think it's County 188, south of St. Elmo. Another one coming into Dauphin Island on the south side, or just to the west of Fort Morgan. And that's a possibility of a water spout, we'll say. Several more that are out here, out over the open water. And this is just telling us there is a slight risk that's in effect. Convection is intensifying as we go through the rest of this afternoon, actually. And here's the tornado. We did get a new tornado report. This is from 3:25 this afternoon, so only about 20 minutes ago at Moss Point, Mississippi, Jackson County. The emergency management there says that they watched a tornado touch down in marshy area north of downtown Moss Point. By that, I don't think marshy area is a town. I think that's a marshy area. North of downtown Moss Point, east of Highway 513, also receiving public reports of a vehicle and a building damaged near I-10, where this was about to cross. So that's where we are right now. And that's a tornado report from just a few moments ago. The National Weather Service is putting that out. They just put out this is a new warning. Excuse me. Tornado warning included now for Pascagoula, Mississippi. I think I just saw confirmation of that as well. There's a traffic camera with a tornado that was caught a few moments ago in Mississippi. I think this is going to be just south. Brett will have this for us, but there's confirmation, I can tell you that, of a tornado that is on the ground there. And several more that are beginning to show up. Several more indications of possible tornadoes beginning to show up there too. Pretty much what we're seeing off and on through the area. There's that one report. Got another little area there just off to the east that we're looking at as well. So we'll be following that. And let me try this one more time. Again, still not getting a signal from Brett, but we'll keep checking there. He was in between both places. There are other thunderstorms, by the way, going back to the west. And I apologize because I'm trying to read all this data and do this at the same time. Hattiesburg, we've got a couple of thunderstorms there. I know people in Hattiesburg watching out for you right now. We don't have any tornado warnings, and at least it looks like the axis of that might be a little bit further on to the east. And that could be basically what we're looking at. Brett, can you hear me? Your dash cam is frozen, but can you hear me? I see you now.
Can you hear me, David?
I do. Your dash cam is frozen, but I do hear you.
I got you.
see
I
you.
just had to start that back up now, so you should have the dash coming up in the next few minutes. I've got some information for you. Let's see. Can you still hear me? Sorry, I know I'm going through a dead area here.
No, I hear you, and you look fine. So we got you back up now.
Okay, perfect. All right, so storm spotters reported as the tornado crossed Interstate 10, damage to buildings and damage to vehicles. So we do have damage confirmation based on storm spotter reports there, and that's straight through the Weather Service.
Yeah, I read
in Slidell. We also have, as you mentioned, I just saw a tower camera video of a tornado. Couldn't tell just how strong it was, but it was a tornado nonetheless on the ground.
Brett, can I show it? It's got m.traffic.com written across the top.
Yes, you can show M.dot cameras.
Let me show you. Let's see. Hold on just a second. Talk about this for just a second. Let me see if I can show you, because I've got it right here.
Guys, he's working on getting this this tornado up. But yes, we've active tornado situation now. Pascagoula is under the new tornado warning that is coming onshore. Gaucher, Martin Bluff, yet again, you're in the line of fire with this next storm. We are moving in that direction. I'm going to cut over, David, to Wade here east of Wiggins. We just went through Wiggins, Highway 26. We're going to cut over to Wade and then go straight down there to where that tornadic activity was taking place on 63 to see if we can get any kind of visualization on this damage, considering now that we're hearing that we've got structural damage in the area. And that also puts us in that path of that arc of supercellular type activity that's coming on shore there. You know, particularly Jackson County's been hit hard over the last hour with at least we know of 2 tornadoes. So that's going to continue as we go toward the north. I'm taking a look, see if I can get you any other sources. That was a big tornado when it came through the M.dot traffic camera. It was a pretty big tornado there.
All right, you
bear with us a few moments, folks. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's see.
All right.
Still watching the next cell that's coming up. It doesn't quite have the signature that the others did.
Can you see it, B?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, that's the tornado right there.
You can see it there in the upper right. Holy smokes! That is a pretty large tornado. That's what we call more of a stovepipe type tornado there.
Yeah.
It's a pretty large tornado.
Very stovepipey right there. I mean, supercellular. I mean, you've got high visibility showing up there. I don't know if that's is that I-10 probably.
I'm not certain if that's going to be I-10 or 63.
Is that I-10 probably?
Let me see if I can get you some information.
Well, anyway, that's it. I mean, obviously that's going to do some damage. That's why we saw the correlation coefficient drop. That's why we saw everything that we did see. And there's still more here within the radar itself, Brett. And if you don't mind, if you want to go back and maybe do a little bit, I got one more thing I need to do. So if you could do this radar coverage here, and I put it into motion for you. And tell me if you want something else.
Yeah, Dave, it looks like the 613 corridor, that may have been a Mississippi 613 camera based on what we're hearing, is where that tornado was actually down at. I'm trying to get some more information. We do have that as an official damage report now, so Slidell has checked on that. So we are confirming that there is damage east of Highway 513. Building damage near I-10 and vehicle damage. Also, getting some. Let's see. Getting some reports out of that area. As you can see, the threat's not over. That area is still under a tornado warning. Jackson County there. Pascagoula, Moss Point, you're still in the line of fire for the next 30 minutes or so until those storms move off to the north. But again, you got more cells down to the south across portions of the Gulf of Mexico that are going to train northward here the next several hours. So this threat's really just beginning. Tornado watch is still in effect until 7 p.m. The new warning goes on for another 42 minutes. That goes on until about 4:30 local time this afternoon. That possible tornado now is located just south of Gaucher, moving toward the north about 25 miles per hour. It's coming right up toward that Bay Bridge there on Interstate 10, Pascagoula. It's going to go toward Martin Bluff again. So that's going to be a situation that everybody needs to monitor there on the I-10 corridor. You've already had one tornado at least come across out of Moss Point, traveled up 613, just to the east of 613, Highway 63, across there at Escatawpa. Actually went very close to the airport up there where the METAR site's located at the Trent Lott International Airport. So have not seen an update from that site since 3/18. So I'm wondering if that METAR station was hit or the airport was hit. Going to try to check that out as we continue east. We're now east of Wiggins on 26, headed toward Wade, and we're going to drop south on 63, David.
All right, 63. That's just south of Three Rivers, where we still have that. At least there's some inbound and outbound there. It's not like a pixel-to-pixel kind of a situation, but there's still rotation certainly there west of Slaughterflat Landing, and in that area, Martin Bluff is where we have that old signature going by. Gaucher, we still have some inbound and outbound there too, with another system that was coming on shore just moments ago. It has that look, Brett, that we were looking at, where it's still on the southwestern side of this storm. There is a little bit of a hook go beginning to show up, or at least an area there on the point. You see the old tornado report that was issued. This is the old one from the emergency manager there. They did watch a tornado touch the ground in a marshy area just north of downtown Moss Point, east of 513. Public reports of a vehicle and a building that was damaged there near I-10 also occurring. So you got a long polygon there that covers a large area with 4 cells that are within the polygon and a few that are out of it now. And this one might be able to let that one go. But here's what's happening too, Brett, is while you and I have been talking about all this and everything moving on to the east, so is the instability, so is the shear moving eastward. So now we might be talking about as we move into Mobile and Baldwin counties, the same thing sort of happening either there along Mobile Bay. I mean, if you had one that came along Mobile Bay and moved up through the bay, then you'd have a threat for Mobile, that kind of thing. But as long as we have these kidney bean shape, the C shape that you see, the comma shape, we know that we do have wind that's coming in from the south down the surface, from the south-southwest aloft, which causes that spin, the rotation to take place, and eventually, we end up getting a tornado. So that's where we stand at the moment. The watches don't exactly matter at the moment, the tornado watches that we have, because we're already watching. We hope you are too. We hope you're paying attention to what's happening. We're trying to give you the latest information here. Brett is on the road, and I think, let me see if we can find his dash cam again. Your camera's still frozen on my end. I don't know if it is there, but nonetheless, kind of know what's happening here and getting confirmation pictures and that kind of thing all the time about what is happening. Once again, right now, as we approach 4 o'clock Central Time, tornado warning still in effect northern Jackson County. Radar indicated with that storm, but also visually indicated as well. A couple of areas being watched too that are still out into the Gulf of Mexico, as I see. Brett? That's not the most flattering freeze frame I have ever seen, but nonetheless, I apologize for leaving that up as long as I did. Here we go. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't been on long form kind of weather in a while, severe weather. I've done 24 hours before with a hurricane, and it didn't bother me, but I'm almost out of breath. So I'm trying to catch up on my breath here to make sure so the warnings, look how the warnings look now. That's the tornado warning. They cut it back So it's a severe thunderstorm with a tornado wording that goes along with that. Northwest of Wade, 14 miles southwest of Lucedale. And then you got the long polygon here that contains three separate cells within it that have the possibility of producing a tornado. One that we've already seen headed northward. And now we got a pretty tight little couplet. Brett, I don't know if you can see near Gaucher again. There's another little gate-to-gate shear marker there.
Yeah, David, can you hear me now?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in the DeSoto National Forest up here east of Wiggins, so it's going to be hard for a little bit in terms of communication. But I am definitely on my way to the south as quickly as I can get there.
Can you see the radar? The one I've got pulled up, actually. Can you see that from in-car?
Okay, yeah, I can see that now. I see that rotating area there near Gaucher. I see a even tighter area up there to the north, approaching the community of Wade there, just west of Big Point. You've got storm near Three Rivers that is spinning. It's a little bit broad, but it's definitely there. Again, Jackson County has just been taking a pounding. We've been talking about this over the last hour, and it doesn't really show any signs of stopping. Honestly, if it were me, this would kind of be an all call for Mobile County as this arc begins to shift toward the right. You can see those storms that are lining up near Grand Bay, down toward Dauphin Island. Every one of those things is spinning. There's some rotation there on every one of those storms. So as this little bit of an arc begins to shift over to Mobile County, it's kind of an all call for you guys too. You might want to go ahead and get prepared because you see what your neighbors in Jackson County have been dealing with. This is something similar to what you guys can see over the next couple of hours as this continues to evolve. But David, I'm actually just about to cross into, let's see where we are. I'm west of Lucedale, Mississippi, about to cross into George County. So George County, Mississippi, crossing into that area. And then I'm going to be just to the north of the cellular storms. So I'll be dropping south into that area here within the next 30 minutes or so. I'm going to have to get fuel at some point. You can now see the damage reports there showing up now on I-10, confirming that building and vehicle damage.
Yeah, B, this, I'll give you a second here. Again, we still have some old rotation. This is the old, it still has 5 minutes, but you can see the rotation is actually out of that area of Jackson County. It's actually moved a little bit further on to the north, just east of 57 and south 26 Central, Riverview Estates, near Barton. That area, this is rotation. It is somewhat broad at the moment. It's not gate to gate. It's not pixel to pixel like the stuff down to the south. There's some rotation right here, just to the west of 57, south of Vestry. That's a little bit tighter as far as the rotation goes, or pixel to pixel, what we call gate to gate. Think about this in your mind. Now, what you're looking at is a flat two-dimensional image. What's happening is totally different. It's kind of like the thing that bugs me terribly is when you see on the internet, you'll get one of these photographs of a supercell thunderstorm, and it'll say at the bottom, this is Hurricane Ian, or this is, it's about perspective. So think about it now. This is not just a tiny little point here. We're talking about mileage, pixels. We're looking at mileage here, so consider that when you're looking at it. And a tornado, especially these small ones to begin with, are going to be just pixel to pixel. Now, this is broader. If you look at it right here, you can see what we're looking at. The rotation, it's spinning, but it's a meso in its own right, spinning in a broader sort of a regimen here. Then down to the south of there, a little bit tighter. I mean, what is spinning is there, but you can see there's a broadness here. There's a break in the pixelization, and you actually have a non area there that is moving. What you're looking at raindrops, and then the radar goes back and says, okay, which direction, speed is this target moving at? So that's the Doppler effect. That lets us know what's happening. So down to the south again. The other area that we were looking at has now crossed over I-10 near Martin Bluff again. and that's just to the north of I-10, and I think that's going to be the last one right there for the moment. There are other thunderstorms down to the south, though, and now a few coming in to Baldwin and Mobile County. And I say both counties because it's north of Foley on 59, south of Robertsdale. There's another little cell there as well. B?
Yeah, David, I mean, that continues to look to be the area with the highest threat going forward here across portions of East Mississippi, western Alabama. Seeing those, again, as we call them, low-top supercell thunderstorms there that are working their way across I-10, spinning, dropping a couple tornadoes, at least thus far. And as you guys saw from the imagery, Dave, if you got that image again of that MDOT camera of that storm that moved from Moss Point and moved toward the north up near Escatawpa, you can see that these tornadoes are not necessarily small. That was a pretty sizable tornado as it, moved up 613, 63 and crossed I-10. We've got reports of building damage. We've got reports of vehicle damage. I am on my way to this area to go ahead and stop right here. We're going to stop and get some fuel so that we don't have to stop again. And where are we located? We're located west of Lucedale, Mississippi. But yeah, this is going to be a continuing trend here, it looks like, for the next several hours. Tornado watch is still in effect for 3 more hours currently. It could take a little bit longer, actually. They may extend this watch depending on how long it takes for the storms to get under control or behave. So we're gonna be running, David. I'm gonna get some fuel really quick, and I'll be back here in just a few moments, and we'll continue the coverage.
Yeah, do that. And let me see if I can show that other. I'll show that once again right now. Actually, this is the MDOT traffic cam.
It's fine.
They were showing this, and again, if you look at it right now, oftentimes we refer to these colloquially as a stovepipe because it looks like a stovepipe. It's not a wedge. It's not, a needle. It's a decent size, and it's a little bit hard to tell because this is a screen grab. But if you look at the left-hand side of it, is straight down. The right-hand side of it, you can see, I don't know if that's debris or just some scud traveling around the back side of it. I don't want to make any, obvious errors there in a picture that is quite far away. But MDOT Traffic, Mississippi Department of Transportation traffic camera shows us a tornado that was moving across that area, crossing over the roadway there just a few moments ago as well. So kind of what is happening here. And that is the second one. Now, we go to look. Let me see if I can fix Brett's mic there for a second. Brett, I don't know if you can hear me. If you could mute your mic, I'd rather you mute it than me because I may not be able to get it back on again. Once again, here's the entire radar imagery. We'll just do like a little look around again. Let me get rid of the tornado watch because I think everybody knows there's a tornado watch now. And a little bit more information here. But there's, bless them, they've got this whole polygon here that they're talking about, they're looking at, that still is causing quite a bit of problems with 3 separate cells within the polygon north of Moss Point. And we are looking at the reflectivity here at the moment. And one of the things that you look at, this is actually something that you kind of look at before an oncoming hurricane sometimes on the east side quadrant. Sometimes you'll see this. It's just a good indicator that there is shear when you get that coming toward the radar site like that, and you get an inbound and an outbound marker overall. But we're looking at offshore. This is east of the chandeliers. That's this line over here on the western side, and just half a dozen or a dozen separate areas there where we likely already have possible water spouts that are out over the open water. 1, 2, 3. You can see them as well as I do. And if you have radar Omega, I am looking at the radar coming in from Mobile, Alabama, MOB, looking at the high-res radar reflectivity, tilt level, 0.5 degrees. We don't have control of that, by the way. Although you can go through tilt levels if you like. and I might do that on the air here occasionally. And as those go northward, I'll put them into motion for you once again. A true and honest northerly component to everything that is moving, trajectory, vector, if you will, coming northward. So that means really roughly along and ahead of the cold front. And where is the cold front? It's pretty easy to see. It is right back here. The last bit of precipitation is where the cold front is. So it's coming across Lake Pontchartrain and moving on eastward. So everything that's out ahead of it is under the environment that is much more likely to be producing, possible tornadoes. The environment that is juicy. Dew points are above 70 degrees at the moment. There's no real, I don't know. For most of my life living in the southeastern United States, I used a number. I used the dew point being at about 63, 64 degrees, where you really get concerned, especially during the heating of the day. You get a dew point of 63 was really my number that made me perk up and start to watch. We got dew points into the 70s here, right along the Gulf Coast. So again, the tornado warning. Let me just pick on it here. 26 more minutes in that tornado warning near Escataba. Moving north at 25 is the one storm near Wade. And several more. And if you just look at it with me. There's an inbound and an outbound here.
This one's rotating
near
too.
Martin Bluff. There's another one just to the north of there. Look at this up near Wade. Again, Brett was talking about it a few moments ago. There's certainly a couplet there, but there's an area in between that is less suspicious. So we know this is going in this direction. This is coming in this direction toward the radar in Mobile and toward Hurley. Let me just see. The rest of
You got me, David, in my back.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, your actual dash cam's frozen still.
Let me get my feed. Let me see if I can.
Could be my
Let me
fault.
see if I can get my feed back up. We're in the DeSoto National Forest up here, so it's a little bit tricky with the camera going in and out.
I got you.
Entering, we got a little area of rotation just to our east right now, here southwest of Lucidale that we're about to drive right under. It's embedded. However, still looks a little interesting. You see it up there, that really bright orange area?
Lucidale, let's see.
Pan to the north a little bit. Pan to the north. There you go. See it
okay.
right there,
Yeah,
southwest of Central?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about to cross in front of us. I'm at the Riverview Estates area on the radar where I'm located. My dash camera's back up now, so that'll be available here in just a second. But we're coming into some a pretty good little couplet there. It's just very rain wrapped. This is another thing that we talked about earlier, was the potential to have some rain wrapped activity, and this is definitely getting there.
Let me see where that came from, by the way, where it originated from. Now, that was one of the tornado warnings. That area that's approaching you, that was one of the tornadoes that was observed, actually, that they issued an observed tornado warning for in northern Jackson County. And now it's kept that rotation the whole way, somewhat broad. But, that can change within a few seconds. So, yeah, you're going to approach that really quickly here, and I think that's going to be 26. Are you on 26, you said?
Yes, I'm on 26, moving eastbound right now. Let me use my distance tool here. It's really nice that we have some technology inside the vehicle. I am 3 miles from that circulation on 26, coming in the backside of it from the west right now.
All right. Your image is still
that
frozen
circulation
on
will
my
be
end, but let's see.
Yes, it's very choppy through here, David, in the National Forest area.
All right. Are you going to come down 63? Is that your plan, or?
Yes, plans to come down 63 there, because that's where the damage. It looks like the damage path went right up 63.
All right. So what he's saying is he's about right in here, coming over to Crossroads. Going to go over here, and Highway 63 is right there. He'll come southward along 63. And one of the things so he's going to encounter this one first of all, and watch that. But down 63, you get down near Barton, and you're getting close to the next tornado warned spin that was in southern Jackson County a little bit earlier, just to the north of Wade. And then there's another one. You're going to be in the soup there for a little bit, Brett, when you come into Jackson County, actually, unless this ends up being a little further as far as timing goes. There's three very distinctive. I know the Weather Service is going, my gosh, we've had this one polygon out for a long, long time, but it's because it's warranted. There's spin here, spin there, spin here. Now, both of those, actually all three, kind of look minor at the moment as far as velocity rotation goes. But if you go back over here to the, that's the VIL, which surprises me there's any VIL at all today there. The correlation coefficient, I don't see anything that makes me go, whoa.
All right, we've got that area of rotation. Should be right in front of us now, crossing 26. I don't see anything suspect at the moment, but again, I'm in the backside coming into rain. This is where it's very difficult. Also, I do believe the feed is now back up for you, David. Yes, we're running at 1400 bits, so we're back up. We're coming out of the rain here. It looks like. Let's see if we see anything on this front side here.
Still frozen for the time being on my
Okay.
end. I mean, maybe it's coming in here, but
I got you. Just give it a minute, and it should get better, hopefully. Gotcha.
I got to believe, Brett, with that kind of a tornado that was on the ground there has to be some damage, and hopefully, no injuries. I haven't seen that. Nothing's really coming across my screen at the moment other than that. You got nothing else either?
Right. I don't at the moment. I do have a clear slot now on the front side of this cell. Again, once we get out front of these, when we look back into them, it's going to look more classic. We're coming in the wrong side. When you're chasing these, you'd like to be viewing them from the east, so that you got a clear view and you're not having to run through the rain. We're having to go through the rain to try and get ahead of it to get somewhat of a view. I don't see any damage along the trail. It looks like that the circulation may now be just off to the north of the highway here. Yep, it is. It is. I see lowering there just to the north of 26. No tornadoes down. No evidence that there would be a tornado anywhere around us. So there's a reason that one is no longer warned now. The storms to the south, our goal, as you mentioned, we're going to get on 63 south here in just a few minutes. And that puts us in position as these storms continue to move toward the north and north-northwest, maybe a touch. As they come in our direction, we're going to intercept those as we drive south. We're just going to hit each cell as it comes up on our way down toward Escatawpa to look at the damage area.
Brett, if I use the Spotter Network product here, is that where you are? Can you see yourself?
Yes. That's going to run a couple minutes behind, but I'm very close to that area. I'm now approaching Central. I'm between Crossroads and the community of Central there.
All right. Okay. So, again, and that rotation went just north of you there. So, it, like you said, it's already past you, so it's no longer a threat.
Yep.
Right in that area. Although we're still going to watch it because we're not sure how far the northerly extent for tornado genesis might be today. It might be even further to the north than that. But we'll also go a little further down to the south, too, as well, and be watching what's happening. It's the weirdest sort of situation, Brett. I hadn't seen this, I don't know when the last time I saw so many. There's three of them, distinct singular cells that are wrapped up within this whole thing that are causing tornado warnings to be within one county.
It's very, very interesting, David, the evolution of this. There's what we call a convergent or a confluence boundary here. It looks like that these storms have developed and they're riding on, and that's some enhanced low-level shear there. And also, from a synoptic standpoint, the helicity values or the shear in the atmosphere was showing increased levels on some of our short-term modeling and mesoanalysis data down in this area. So everything's kind of co-located in Jackson County here. And, unfortunately for them, over the last, we've been going about 2 hours now in this area. of, storm after storm that goes into rotation, becomes tornado warm, moves north out of the county. It kind of starts to dissipate once it's getting into Georgia County. Again, that's the reason I feel like Jackson, Mobile, Baldwin counties, those may be the counties that are on fire this evening.
Yeah. So just really what you were just mentioning too, and let me just sort of show it to you, show it to everybody at home. We also get something that we'll be passing along to you as we get something called Meso discussions from. We also get something that we'll be passing along to you as we get Meso skill discussion. It's number 910. It says pretty much what Brett was talking about. This is the area of Meso skill discussion. It's number 910. Tornadoes. Brett was talking about. This is the area of Meso skill because of those tens we're talking about. It's very impressive. Brett was talking about the areas of those tens we're talking about. It's very impressive. Brett was talking about the different areas of those tens we're talking about. It's very impressive. Brett was talking about the different areas of those tools. There's a bit more talking about the different areas of those stale. All of these liquids of the atmosphere shifting up stale. All of these liquids of the atmosphere shifting up stale. All of these liquids of the atmosphere.
Absolutely, that was before again about this and really looks like that the instability is staying coastal, which again is a big factor to these storms down here, basically eating that energy as they continue to pull off toward the north. Is the further that they get from the coast, you really start to see those weaken.
Lost your audio for just a second, but we'll get back to you in just a minute or two once again, just to update you on what's happening. Tornado warning, maybe one of the longest ones for one single county I've seen in a long time, because there's still 15 minutes left on this because of several areas within the storm. 12 miles to the north of Escataba. Let me make sure I know when this was updated. 4:04. So, right about 11 minutes ago, this was for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Wade, 12 miles to the north of Escataba, moving to the north at about 25 miles per hour. There is radar-indicated rotation there. We saw it. We showed it to you as well. There has been some damage that has occurred. We know that as well in getting some information. Emergency management there told us that we did have a tornado that was on the ground near Moss Point, and to the north of Gaucher when the tornado actually was on the ground. We've seen it visually. We've seen photographs of it. The MDOT took a picture of it, so we know it happened. This isn't, did a tree fall in the forest and we didn't hear it, so it didn't happen. This happened. We saw it. They watched the tornado touch down in the marshy area just north of downtown and east of Highway 513. Public reports of a vehicle and damage to a building near I-10 also took place there a little bit earlier, and at the moment, that is the only damage report that I have, Brett, that was showing up within the app.
Yeah, Dave, I've got a damage report for you here. The Weather Service in Slidell, the emergency manager reported a tornado damage reported to the roof of a school, trees broken and twisted, one south of Gaucher, which I believe is going to be that same tornado that impacted Escatawpa.
Probably
Let's see
so.
here. Take a look at that. Actually, that's going to be interesting. That may be that western cell, Dave. Gaucher is a pretty good way to the west of Escatawpa, so we're checking that a little bit deeper.
Check this out, B.
We may have a separate tornado.
Hey,
path.
B. Look up.
Yes.
Look at the radar.
Oh wow, near Three Rivers.
Yeah.
That's we're approaching that. Is that? Hold on.
It just happened.
Oh yeah, just south of Wade. Look at the CC. There's a tornado there.
Yeah, that's what I asked you to look up.
Possibly another tornado on this thing north of Wade too that we're about to intercept. Yeah, that just happened.
It's cycling just a
All
little
right,
bit. Uh,
let me look and see if I can't get in the position to see this.
yeah.
Ah, man, it's
You're going to
Pascagoula
be
River
right in.
Wildlife Management Area is the problem. Wade Van Cleve Road may be the area to see that. I might be able to make it down there. I'm working on it.
Um,
Let me,
you might just want to see. You might just want to see if you can have a good signal and pull over and wait. Because there's a second little area there. It looks like it's coming up near Old Americas too. Do you see that little
yeah, I
second
see
rotation?
that just to the north.
Yeah.
Yes, just to the north. And then you see the one just north of that near Barton. I'm actually about to intercept the one near Barton right there. It looks better than the Old American circulation.
Well, it's still
So, David,
three.
I'm coming into the north side of Barton right now.
Are you?
Yeah. If you look at the road maps there, I'm at Highway 63. Just past Basin Refuge Road. I'm passing CCC Road. That tornado's right in front of me. It's going to be bad.
You're not gonna be able to see it.
Nah, trust me. I'm in rain-wrapped mess right now, and hydroplaning mess too.
You're not in a very populated area. You're close to.
You see that 6'3" north of Barton right there?
Yeah.
Where that 6'3", that's where I'm at. I'm on that 6'3" right there, right now.
Yeah. Do you see what just happened as the new scan came in? It went a little bit
east of us.
Yeah.
All right, I can take an east road right up here to get a view.
Well, hold on. Let's look.
To get a view.
Let's look what you got, and then you're gonna try to move west east for the next two below you.
That's it. There's a big circulation or tornado off to the east side of the road here. Big circulation.
Anywhere near Cook's Corner Road?
Let's see. Where
Agricola?
Yep. That's exactly where it would be. It would be, let's see. I'm trying to find a route to get over there. It's not very easy in this particular neck of the woods.
All I was going to tell you was it was just to the east of Grain Elevator Road. So you're out
Imagine that. You know, I see the circulation. I almost wonder, though, looking at the visual on the storm to the south that's coming up out of Wade, if I shouldn't try to get in position to see that one.
You still coming down
It
63?
definitely looks. Yeah, right now I am, yes.
You're going to end up, by the time you got to the other two cells down there, they'd probably be past you again, and you'd be trying to make up time getting to the east. But you might want to just try to find a way to go east now till you get to 98, and you can go fast in either direction. At least you might could see it if you were the further east you got.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on now. Hold on. Further east or west? Those cells are moving a little left.
Well,
wow, that one down there north of Three Rivers is really cranking. Actually, it may come right up the highway.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I'm going to stay on this highway.
A little bit east, but they're not even moving. I mean, they're like going due north.
Yeah, I think I may just hang with this one that's going to come right up toward Old Americas. Because I'm almost there. Yeah, the lightning output just went nuts on it, too. Yeah, we got pretty intense left to right motion here, too. Let's see. Hold on, Dave. Man, that looks like a CC signature there. It's very hard to tell, though.
I think I need a new color table for my CC here. But... No, there he is.
Yeah, you see that?
There, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that I need to get myself in position for that thing just southwest away.
Ooh, look at there.
That looks nasty.
It's a 60-mile-an-hour pixel. Let's see what else.
Nice hook on the west side of Wade, man.
Everything's notched. Beware. Dude, and look out in the Gulf.
Yeah, the Wade cell just tightened up again. I mean, it is literally just to my south. Just to my south. I'm almost tempted. Matter of fact, I'm gonna fire the drone up now.
I still don't see
That might
you.
be the best way for me to see this thing.
You see your dash cam? I don't know if it helps or it's
Let
just
me
frozen.
kill it.
It's just frozen.
You may have to refresh it.
I have, but I'll do it again.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'm getting drone ready.
All right.
Gotta. Let me turn the controller on.
Back full screen.
Because I can't play with this if we can get the tornado on the drone. Gotta get it.
Yeah,
You got the feedback, David?
not yet.
It's probably pretty terrible right now.
Well, actually, your face is frozen at the moment. Now you're out.
All right,
Yeah,
hold
see,
on.
here's
Can
where
you
I
hear
get
me?
worried about you. Where I'm worried about the both of you. I know you know what you're doing, but
Oh
right.
boy. Yeah, this one isn't gonna get drawn. It's gonna tornado. Pretty close.
I don't know how many people are watching this, if anybody's watching this, but if you are, let me just get you up to date on where we are. Brett Adair and myself and Heath, we've been watching these storms right now. Queued into just a couple of counties, actually, in southeastern Mississippi. This is the Alabama border here off to the east. Right now we're watching within one county, Jackson County. We're looking at the possibility of a tornado. In fact, there is a new tornado report, Brett, for Van Cleve, which is southwest of you. Emergency management there. Home reporting damage from a possible and likely tornado. I'd say it had to be likely because that was the signature that we were getting during the entirety of that situation as it moved on by. Now, south of Lucedale, we have this system that's coming in near Barton and Ward. It is moving in the direction just to the west of Ward 613, right up and along Highway 63 that goes south-north across the county. That portion of the county, Old America's down to the south as well.
Here we go. Here we go. David,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
I hear you.
All right, we need to stop. Well, NWS is reporting a confirmed tornado here just west of Wayne. I am putting the drone up right now to see if I can get a visual on it. We've got a very pronounced inflow region. 1 second, David.
You gonna feed me your drone, or how are we gonna do this?
I can't feed the drone, but I can try to get something. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Just 1 second,
Once
David.
again, Brett is outside of his vehicle, and he is watching this storm. A confirmed tornado south and west of Wade, 614 and Highway 63 is what we're looking at there, basically. And Brett is just off to the north of this storm, coming south along it. At the moment, as we look at it, reflectivity shows there is a little notch right there. This is where your tornado would be coming in. It's called a beware, a bounded weak echo region, but a possible tornado
Here we go, baby.
down to the southwest. So, again, Brett is operating his drone from his vehicle and trying to get up to see what's happening here. Brett, I don't know if you saw it, but like 4 lightning strikes there over the last 3 minutes on the east side of 63. And again, that tornado report that's just southwest of you from a few moments ago from damage to a home.
Yeah, David, I've got visual. Hold on. Run the wipers one time, Heath. I'm trying to get you a visual in front of the truck here. Can you see that cloud, David?
Bro, I still don't. You're still frozen on my dash cam. Now I see the wipers a little bit.
All right.
It's a signal,
Coming toward
Brett,
the road,
but it's a
Heath.
bad signal.
Okay.
You restarted that, didn't you, the camera?
I did. Let me try again.
Hey,
It's only a 208 kilobit per second signal. I'm sorry.
I was about to say Heath could call me with his phone, but if you're just now picking us up, we're following the possibility of a tornado on the ground there just to the south. We're still back here, by the way, in this one port county. You folks who live there on that side of Jackson County, a couple of tornadoes have already touched down on the ground. One near Moss Point a little bit earlier. The second one that we do have some damage from coming in from Jackson County Emergency Management, again, with a home reporting damage there just to the northeast of Van Cleve in Mississippi. That one was coming northeastward, and that one is the storm that Brett is not too far away from at the moment. There's
a couple.
As we're looking, a couple of quite a few lightning strikes there on the eastern side near County Road 614, 613 off to the north there near Harrelson. So this likely tornado that was on the ground a few moments ago is still showing up there just on the southwestern side. Northern portions of the county, but on the southwestern side of 63 that goes north-south, right, traveling down through Barton and into the rest of this area here. That is our only tornado warning that we have.
Tornadoes behind us.
That we have at the moment.
Tornadoes going behind us.
Brett says a tornado is going behind him at the moment.
David, hold on.
I'm sitting in a chair, B.
We're about to turn around.
All right.
Yeah.
Got a little signal from you.
It's going up behind us. You see it?
Hold
on, buddy. I don't know what I can do for you on that. I'm going to try, though. Yeah, turn it around quick. Clear slot's right here. It's right there. All right, just get us off. See it, Dave?
From your dash camera, no.
Right here. Get off the road. Right. Get off. That's it. See it?
Dash camera's trying to fill in just a little bit. But not. This is the storm that he's talking about, and the actual inbound outbound.
See it?
The rotation.
Go get it.
You might need to throw me an iPhone up.
I think it's right. All right, slowly.
Once again, tornado warning, although they let the tornado, surely they're about to reissue. That tornado warning expired, but Brett's right on one. Brett, can you confirm there's a tornado on the ground there, or?
I can't right now, no.
Okay. They did let the warning go.
At the moment, I cannot.
It looks a little
I got
flat.
a bad accident right here, though.
Yeah. It looks kind of broad.
Yeah, I can concur with the broad nature of it.
Yeah. It's still rotating. It's still mezzo there, but there's quite a bit of pixelation in between the inbound pixels and the outbound. And I don't see anything. Let me just keep looking at the correlation here. There's no correlation coefficient at all.
Right to left. Okay, so we've lost that signal. Okay, I see the spin though here on the radar. So get off east so we can view right there. Like, yeah. Hold on 1 second. We're in the process of
do your deal,
getting
man.
off so we can get a view.
I got
right
nowhere
here.
to go.
Oh, you're.
I don't have a foot.
You're fine.
Starting to see you move a little bit on your dash cam.
Okay, good. All right, we got rising scud right here. It's very broad, as you mentioned. It's trying to tighten up, though, just to the left of the highway here in front of us now. It's making an attempt to tighten up.
You looking north?
Right now, I'm looking west-northwest. Yeah, it's converging right here, right in front of me.
I was about to say, it looks like your name is Bennett, and you're in it.
Oh, most definitely. Okay, here we go. Rapid rotation. Right over the car here. It's about to.
Over the car or in front of the car?
Well, excuse me. Over top, in front.
Okay. Got a little, again, it's not the greatest signal here, Brett, but and you can see the darkness and maybe a little bit of lowering there, pixel to pixel. But again, on the radar, I probably should have put the radar somewhere else.
Oh, starting to get a rapid rotation again, David.
Okay. Where he is talking about, let me get you up to date on where we are. It's Jackson County in Mississippi. A storm, much better signal, by the way. We actually have a signal and a wall cloud and maybe a developing tornado.
I got horizontal vorticity here.
Any way to zoom into that?
Hold on, David. I'm gonna have to move out of the.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I have to move out of the rain here. Be able to get a visual. It's trying to get organized right here to the right. It's weird. It's tilted. The circulation. If you look at radar, you can see how it has tilted.
Yeah.
Trying to get the weather service. Rapid rotation over. Let's see.
See if I can take your dash cam full. I didn't set that up beforehand, so everybody bear with me.
Yes. Sorry about that.
No, it's my fault.
No, you're good. I'm working to see where I think east from.
Hang with me, folks. Hang with me here. I'm going to try to give you a full screen of what he's seeing. You're kind of choppy, Brett, so I'm going to audio and video, but let me tell you where he is. Brett is right there near Old Americus, which is on the northern side of the county, where we had a likely tornado trying to wrap up there into the area. It's in a poor cell area south of Barton there, but Weather Service did have a tornado warning issued here for quite some time in Jackson County. and they did allow that to expire, although we still have, some sort of circulation that's ongoing, not truly a tight gate-to-gate shear value showing up, but nonetheless, it's easy to see the green is coming toward the radar site, the red is going away, and we do have areas here that we're looking at that are quite, remarkable there and there. This is going completely in the other direction, so, but it's broad. There's an area here in the middle where you have nothing. So this one has potential. Did produce a tornado a little bit earlier. Had produced a tornado. Brett, you with me now?
It's right there. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm working on a eastern route here, David. Give me just a minute. We're going to cross the county line here and go east on Jody Baxter Road, I think. Oh, the circulation split. If you look at the latest velocities, I kind of see what's happening. You got a split of the circulation. Oh, you had a big CC drop though where we were. Yeah, tornadoes just east of the road now. You got big CC co-located. Take a right here. Take a right here. I think we just passed it. Yeah. Yeah. Flip it around.
Okay.
Yep. There's a tornado right here. Turn it. We're trying to get out there. It doesn't look like it's moving very quickly. Most certainly, though, has a good hook on it now. That's probably the best spin that I've seen. You can see it out there. That's the road. We're going to have to turn somewhere to get to that road. Right here. All right, we got options once we get out there, though.
All right.
All right. Let's see what we can do here. Not this road. Oh yeah, this Jody Baxter. I'm sorry. Go. Bad. Yeah, take Jody Baxter out. Got a visual on a big wall cloud for certain, which is not anything new. All right. See, they continued the tornado warning for this cell.
Yeah.
So tornado warning is in effect again.
Observe too. I mean, they went in.
Yeah.
Observe.
Yeah, that makes sense. It looks like we might have to brief fallout though from it now, but I'll let you know in a second. Well, there's leaves falling, so yeah, I guess that would be considered fallout, huh? Let's see here. All right, oh, here you go. Hold on 1 second. Right here. Hold on, David. Let me see what I can tell you about this storm because I am right underneath the bowl. It's spinning really good. Spinning really good.
Brand new tornado warning issued just now. It's going to be south of there, B.
Right behind the house right there, Heath. Yep, I see that. Hold on.
There's a new tornado warning issued with what's coming on shore at the moment.
Yep.
Down to the south. I'll show that to you on the radar here at the moment. That's coming in south Pascagoula side. That is a tornado right there that you do see. It's a water spout at the moment, but it's about to come on shore. I see two of them likely, but they did continue the tornado warning, or built a new one actually for the southern part of the county. It'll be coming into Pascagoula here very shortly from the south-hand side. Brett Adair is up here with a storm that might be producing a tornado here as we are looking at it. Let me bring this over on the other side so everybody can see what we are seeing.
Do you see is my feedback up, David?
Yes.
All right, hold on. You see that big wedge shape behind the trees there?
Let me see if I can just.
You ought to be able to see it now.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. Okay. That's it. That's what we're waiting.
Let me bring this. Let me see if I can bring this full screen, Brett.
All right. All right. Let's go up the road. It'll turn into.
You hear me? Hold on just one second. Got me, B?
Yep. You got me?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Right here. Anywhere we get a visual. There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, big time motion.
Yeah.
Hold on. See that motion back on the back flank? That's where it's moving good. Just a minute, Dave. If this thing does anything, it's going to do it right in front of it. Going toward it. Oh, yeah. It's rushing in there, too. Right there. See it? Wind just shifted.
Hey, B, talk to me.
Check.
All right,
Can you hear me?
You're full screen now. I just got your dash cam and you up.
All right. Rotation looks like it's weakened a little bit in this area.
Everything's super low.
Yeah, I see that. I'm going to get out and actually look. See what's happening here. Oh, shear funnels, man. This is one of those weird. There's a tornado.
Where?
Right there. I just zoomed in on it. I mean, it's just really weak touchdowns. All right, Heath, go up the road. We can get a visual of this. It's going to cross the road here. Just a minute. It's just really, really super weak. You see little tendrils coming down out of the cloud, and they'll kind of touch down and go back up. I mean, I don't see anything really strong.
You still there?
From any of it. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to go full screen with you and still keep your audio up.
Take this right here, Heath.
All right, we got your full screen here at the moment.
Okay. I'm trying to get a visual, bud, but I don't really have a good feel for this. Here, Heath, let's throw the drone up. The radar looks abysmal now.
It does.
Yeah, just stop it. I'm gonna use the drone here to get a visual, just to see what we may or may not have here, because I think I kind of feel like we're beginning to waste some time versus going down to the damaged things. I don't know that this is gonna do it. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
All right.
So they made a little bitty, a tiny polygon, by the way, that only covered Americus and Popetown and doesn't even go further east than that. And if you look at the velocity, there's absolutely nothing in there anymore. So they may go ahead and drop that because the circulation's on up to Barton there now at the moment. Dean Landing, kind of that area. I don't know why.
Yeah, I got a visual on it. And that visual's really nothing.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
But did they drop the tornado warning down in Pascagoula? It was issued. It was supposed to run till 5:30, but I don't have a cancellation.
Not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't see it here either. If you're just now joining us, by the way, to try to get you up to date on what's going on, where Brett is out and about. He is trying to locate a couple of tornadoes that were on the ground there in the southeastern corner of the state of Mississippi. They did now just reissue this as another tornado warning that is going to go until 5:15. 5:15 from Mobile. The National Weather Service in Mobile. Eastern George County in southeastern Mississippi now is underneath a tornado warning. Eastern George County. That's the Lucidell storm here that we're looking at, the one that Brett is spotting. So that's into George County along Highway 63. That tornado warning goes for another 26 minutes with a storm located 5 miles north of Wade, 14 miles south of Lucidell, moving north at about 20 miles per hour. The hazard is a tornado. A dangerous storm. Be near Lucidell around 5:10 and moving northeastward of the area very shortly thereafter. So tornado warning now. Radar indicated tornado that they're talking about is the one that Brett is following there. We're following along with him on the roadway.
Take this all the way out.
As we kind of look at that. And here again is where the inbound and the outbound marker is. Again, not a whole lot going on at the moment. Brett had a full view of what was taking place and didn't really see anything going down to the ground. Now, this is the other thing about this was that, I don't know if you saw it when we did, but the lowering, the cloud deck is super duper low. I mean, it looked like it wasn't much taller than the loblolly pines off on the other side. But nonetheless, tornado warning there. There's a small warned area down to the south for an observed tornado. It says it expires in 10 minutes, but that's the actual storm that's up into George County now. So no longer is that a threat. This little area down here near Wade has no rotation whatsoever showing up on the radar out of Mobile. The only rotation we have right now is just east of I-63, or not I, but State 63, approaching Agricola from the western side. A little bit up here near Vernal. That'll be on the south side of Lakesville in southern and eastern Mississippi. And then a couple of areas coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico that we were watching, coming in east of the Chandeliers, now coming on shore. Pretty tight rotation there. You get into some of these barrier islands. You can see Dolphin Island for one, or Bayou La Battery on the eastern side. Still got a little bit going on there as well. And then on down to the south. And that's where we are at the moment. Brad, I'm going to put you back over here. And I'll just be honest with you. There you go, little boy's room.
All right. That works. Just leave us full, guys. Maybe a little quiet here for a few minutes, but we'll be back. David will be back. We are going to travel down 63. Headed down toward Escatawpa now. Going to see if we can see what's going on in terms of potential that we had some damage down in the area on this highway as the initial tornado, moved toward the north, and watching the next cell that is actually worn down there again near Pascagoula, that is moving, generally in a northward direction. So it's going to be a wild ride, it looks like, as we go through the afternoon and the evening hours. 4:52 local time this afternoon, dealing with tornado warnings in southeast Mississippi at the moment. Had a good view of that particular cell as it came across the area. Hold on just one second. Let me check on a few things here. Just a few moments, guys. One moment.
All right, I'm back, B.
Sounds good. Again, watching. Just kind of went into the detail. We're watching these tornado warnings here continuing in southeast Mississippi, Jackson, George counties, and now we're on 63, moving south pretty quickly to try to get down here to look at some of this damage. I'm trying to get some more updates in terms of what may or may not be happening with any reports here. Let's see. Look at the Mobile office here too. Looks like, in terms of reports, the damage to the school may be the last one that I have seen still. Double checking. Hearing that there may be some homes damaged near Cleve, so that'll be another thing that we check on here shortly.
Let's see, what else do I have? A couple of LSRs, and I don't know if you. This is from. Oh, that's the school that you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we have 3 LSRs on tornadoes at the moment. There's a special marine warning again. It's just south of here. This is South Pascagoula because of the impending stuff that's coming on shore, even as we sit here and speak. So there's a marine warning that goes. It doesn't matter how long it goes because it's going on right now. But this is South Pascagoula out 20 miles, producing a couple of waterspouts located 7 nautical miles southeast of Horn Island, moving north at about 30-35 knots. That's what we've been kind of looking at over the past couple of hours. Is the fact that we have waterspouts very visible, easy to see them offshore. And again, you can see them here at home, by the way. Let me take this full to show you what we're talking about. And it doesn't always show up as this big area here, you know, what you're typically used to out in the Central Plains of getting all these bright colors that show a complete lock, an inbound, outbound lock. But I can tell you right now that as you look at this is just offshore, and as you look at it, change the color so you can see what we're looking at. But as you look at this overall, you're looking at the possibility of many waterspouts. I mean, all of these potentially, if not likely, are waterspouts that are offshore. Now, it doesn't take a lot to make a waterspout. There's no friction out there, so waterspouts can happen. There was a viral video that came out a couple of years ago where there was like 13 waterspouts in one guy's visible pan across. I think it was actually in Louisiana too, and he panned across, and there was like a dozen waterspouts out there. It's not, unheard of to see that kind of a spin or rotation going on in a couple of storms. Maybe the one that's most prominent here at the moment is just offshore, a few miles. It's just south of South Pascagoula. Pretty strong couplet there that is offshore right there, but it's coming on northward, so tornado warning. That's why they still have this box, this polygon that is out. It's tornado warning for the next 33 minutes due to what's coming on shore. Brett, I've talked about a lot of these storms over the past, but I don't think I've run into Petit Bois Island, Moss Point, south of Moss
I don't
Point.
think I've heard of that one either, buddy.
I don't know. I had to call Rob Ricks,
I don't think I've heard of that one either.
my French Cajun buddy. He would help me out. But thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes there coming in. We'll say 13 miles south of Moss Point. I can say that one for sure. And other than that, that's the lone warning that we do have. The one up near Lucedale, they let that tornado warning go.
Yeah, that one storm, or that one complex of storms, several storms coming up off of the coastline there, look to be concerning. I tell you what, though, if I were in Mobile County right now,
Yeah.
that storm south of Theodore and then the other cell over the bay, those are concerning. Starting to see some, inbounds and outbounds on both of those. This looks a lot like it did earlier in Jackson County when we were dealing with those storms over in this area.
We look at the 21Z, the HER, which updates every hour, goes out to 18 hours, and the HER, it's not full from 21Z, but from 20Z, we'll go back there and just kind of show you what the motion is expected to be. And as we go through the rest of this evening, 7 o'clock tonight, there's still some storms lagging back over to Mississippi, but then it all moves on to the east and becomes what looks to be a little bit more linear and less cellular as we go into the rest of the evening. And that's midnight tonight, just midnight, coming into Mobile and Saraland and down to the west Gulf Shores through that area, but looks a lot more linear. There's still some stuff offshore that's cellular, but fills in just a little bit. That's goes until midnight tonight. The HER does right there. Dew point.
Yeah, that's impressive, but that also, it makes you.
I lost your audio there.
Yeah, David. It looks like that finally gets that frontal push.
Yeah.
And you start to see everything converge up a little bit later in the models, as you mentioned, across southwest Alabama. You can see that area that David's got on the screen right there with the 70-degree dew points. That's a pretty pinched zone. You can already see lower dew points filtering in west of New Orleans and near Baton Rouge, Lafayette. Even coming in south of Jackson, you're starting to see, as that frontal boundary is swinging in, starting to pinch this moisture axis just a bit. It bends back up toward the northwest, toward Jackson, but it's starting to get thinner and thinner, and it's likely going to do that with time as this warm sector continues to pinch off, as we call it.
Yeah. I'll let that go. Alabama, new tornado warning now. This is going to be for Theodore, Alabama. Brand new tornado warning just now issued from the National Weather Service out of Mobile, obviously. 150,000 people, because it's going to include Mobile. So brand new tornado just now coming out from the area there, goes until 5:45 from the National Weather Service, and that's going to be, let me go back to the radar, and I'll show you why. It is this that we were looking at, Brett, coming in on the western side, and let me do this. That's not the Mobile radar, that would be Slidell. That's that, B.
Yeah, that tornado there is actually, it looks like there may be a tornado on the ground there south of Theodore. Looking at that a little deeper now. Let's see. 1 second, Dave.
Still don't have a polygon, but you can.
Okay, I just got the polygon in. Okay, you've got, let's see, place that marker right there. You may actually have tornado debris with that. You got a gate signal there. We're starting to see lowering CC. And as we've seen all day, you'll start to see these little hooks develop. Oh, most definitely. Very low CC south of Theodore now. Just south of US 90. It's coming up into that area. Theodore, Tillman's Corner. Let me pull some up. Let me get the maps in here. A little bit more information there. Give me 1 moment, folks.
Yeah, again,
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. That's Larndine and just outside of Deerfield Estates. If you want the particulars on it, it's 90 again that goes back over to Mississippi and hugs the coastline. But I-10 is what we're more familiar with, north of St. Elmo. and getting pretty close to the radar there to the north. It's a small gate-to-gate shear, but it is, we have more net shear than we've seen for a while because we do have, a bigger spread there that's ongoing at the moment. But a likely tornado there from the National Weather Service office. They're saying severe thunderstorm, likely tornado involved with it, located near Theodore, moving northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. And correlation coefficient, I don't have anything, Brett, on my radar as far as CC goes that would make me scream, run for cover.
It's very, very interesting, David. I'm looking at another radar source right now.
Right.
And I've definitely got a CC drop there. Now it's showing up now. It just updated. You got a big CC drop there, just north of Half Mile Road, east of Paget Switch Road, moving toward 90. It's just south of 90, Government Boulevard there, and moving up toward I-10 pretty quickly now. That hook's very well defined on radar, and we're seeing some evidence there. You can see it there with the blue and the green, just southwest of Theodore and southeast, or the east-southeast of, well, not due east of St. Elmo. You're seeing a tornado debris signature now that is moving up toward Interstate 10 rather quickly.
Okay. And
it just updated, Dave. You can see that now.
I see it. And then, about the same time, the velocity came in, and it's not near as impressive as it was, but nonetheless, it is what it is. So we're always err on the side of caution. And if I lived in this area here right near I-10 near Theodore, Highway 90, looks like County 30 that comes in on the western side, or US 90. And then I-10, that is where the polygon splits off there. National Weather Service issues that for the next 41 minutes for southwestern Mobile County. And that's because of that particular area there coming in from the southwest. It's not going to be last. It is certainly what we were expecting, been talking about for a while. We still have the tornado warning in effect over there near Pascagoula. This is for the storm that's coming in offshore, moving onshore at the moment, although there's a couple of more areas, too, that we're looking at that do have some rotation. East of Escatawba, there's another rotation right there. Kind of tight, B, just north of I-10, east of 63. That poor county's been pounded through the day today. It depends on which part of it. It's a big county, by the way, but Jackson County still underneath that tornado warning there, too.
All right, David, just to interrupt you for a second, got a huge debris signature now as this crossed 90, and the National Weather Service in Mobile has now confirmed tornado over Theodore.
Okay. Yes.
Just come in. I'm trying to see.
150,000 people within that polygon, too, by the way, because you're eclipsing part of the western side of Mobile, city of Mobile. So quite a big population area there coming in on the western side, as we said, and then not to overlook anybody, but to stay ahead of all of this. There's still stuff going on just offshore Dolphin Island. Got this thing coming in near. This is on the east side of Mobile Bay, what's called Wolf Bay or Bon Secours. This is Bon Secours to the north, Wolf Bay over here on the eastern side, and Oyster Bay down here to the south. That is a water spout that's over Bon Secours Bay on the eastern side of Mobile Bay that could be coming on shore here very shortly, and a couple more areas that are rotating. And this B is going to cross over the interstate here in a minute. A little bit weaker the last scan that came in right there on 90.
Well, David, I'll give you a little bit of advice. I just started noticing something. You're getting closer to the radar, and we're seeing a little bit of noise there. The CC's picking up beautifully. If you tilt your velocity up, though, a couple of tilts, you're seeing extremely deep and much stouter rotation with that storm. So it might be better to use a little bit of elevation on the velocity signatures themselves. Just got a new scan that has come in, and you're right. Looks like we still have a tornado. It's about to cross Theodore Dawes Road right there at the intersection of Interstate 10. It's going to be very close. Theodore Dawes Road and I-10. It is headed straight in the direction of Tillman's Corner there on the north side of the interstate. Not quite as impressive as it once was, but again, no denying that we have, a debris signature there. and possible, well, no, tornado on the ground moving north. Now, how long this will be down, we don't know, but everybody needs to be in their safe place and taking all of these warnings seriously because it seems like they're all producing.
Yeah, it does. And sometimes it happens. That's a very cyclical thing too. I mean, sometimes we'll see them show up only on radar, and then we won't have any of these confirmed. They don't show up as being confirmed. And then sometimes you have a high ratio between what you see on the radar and what is confirmed, what does verify, and I think that's the case right here. And again, my radar that I'm looking at here, this is the Radar Omega radar, and I, just kind of new to this myself, just learning it. But the CC, correlation coefficient that we're talking about, I want you to look at this and just sort of look at the picture as a whole. Don't look at a spot, but look at the picture as a whole. So I'm going to move it forward. There's rain, 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 rain. But if you look down here in the bottom part of the polygon and you follow this, obviously this is an area that is not normal. It is an abnormality that shows up into the picture, and that is going to be some kind of debris that is aloft. It's aloft enough. Again, this is very close to the radar site, but this is aloft. It's enough for the radar to see that, and shows us that there is there's been a tornado on the ground. This isn't a case, Brett, where somebody looks up and says, I think that's a tornado over the trees over there. It's not that. This is a confirmation.
No, absolutely. That's exactly what we're seeing this afternoon. Several of these cells producing tornadoes, and we've seen evidence of that from videos, pictures, and even tower cameras. The MDOT cameras here have shown the possibility that we have well, not the possibility, the actuality that we've had not only tornadoes but pretty sizable tornado at that.
Yes. That was a decent-sized tornado that we saw go across the road there a little bit earlier. I'm a little bit shocked we don't have a lot more pictures, though. I mean, that was a very well-developed storm, and it had been around for a while. It wasn't a short-timer, so it had to be on the ground, and it had to be fairly large for a decent amount of time.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna have you some insight here in just a minute because I am in Escatawpa now. I'm on 63, and I just crossed Interstate 10, and we have power here. I don't know if you have access to the live feed here.
I don't.
Let's see.
Still frozen.
If you don't, I'm going to fire it up.
Fire it up. I got you.
Right,
I got you. Great. You've got a great
now.
signal, but your dash cam is frozen. Did you turn yourself off? You might turn. There you go. But your dash cam's still frozen. Don't hear you, B. I see you. I don't hear you. I'm getting no audio from your. It's like something.
You got me, David?
Now I do. Was it tangled around your seatbelt? Because all you did was move and it came
All right, David.
When you call me by my first name, my whole first name,
sorry,
I get concerned.
My AirPods actually died on me there, Dave. So I'm having to go straight with the.
I got you.
With the phone. Anyway, I'm several restaurants here. Everything looks to have power so far. Let's see.
Look over here on the eastern side of the bay again, Brett.
At this point, I don't see any damage. What's that?
Look over here in the eastern side of the bay again. Mobile Bay. No, look. Can you see the radar on the screen? You and
I can, yes.
Yeah, look over here. North Gulf Shores.
Oh, fantastic. I see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. That whole area, Baldwin, Mobile counties, it's going to be a long evening.
Bon Secours, that's over there near the fish house.
Hold on just 1 minute, Dave.
Yep. Hey, there's a look at this coming into the northern part of Mobile Bay. Poor folks down there at the Mobile office, they're having to figure out whether or not they pull the trigger on everything, because it kind of looks like Armageddon on here if you look at it this way. And you don't really know, how much of this is going on at the moment. But I look at it. Let me bring it up full screen with you so I can show this to you full. Check this out. There's several tornadoes that are possible here, water spouts. This is in the central part of Mobile Bay. West of Fairhope, there's a strong rotation that's occurring there just to the west of Fairhope. Also down to the south, it's coming in across the eastern side, is Bon Secours Bay or Wolf Bay on the eastern side. And there's still a rotation there. Not what it was, but I think we have a developing tornado here. This is going to be out here near Bon Secours. This is where the fish house, if you've been out this way, this fish house is out there at the end of the road right here. This is where the fish house is. I used to love to eat there. But obviously a rotating storm, possibly a tornado there south and west of Foley, Alabama. That's Highway 59 that dead ends. If you come in, Pink Pony's on your left, and you go to the right, you're going to end up over at Fort Morgan. And the Floribama, the very famous Floribama, would be over here. Just to the west of Chanticleer. So thinking about that, that's where this is. Again, I don't call tornadoes, but that looks very suspect to me there, as well as what's happening into the middle of Mobile Bay and the rest of that area there too. Seem to have lost Brett for the moment, but I will keep checking. Been one of those days today where, as we were talking about, some stuff verifies immediately, and it's almost like a ratio or percentage. You go through a day, and a lot of stuff. I've had so many days where you just had a lot of warnings, but nothing verified, nothing was actual, which is okay. That's a good deal. And then there are days when everything gets verified, and so this is one of those days where at least it's a high percentage. I think we're talking at the moment probably 70-80% of what is being called is verified. Now, don't want to forget what's happening back over to Mississippi, because there's still a tornado warning there, and there's the likelihood of a tornado right here along 613 north of Helena. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Don't even have a 50-50 shot because I called it both. Here in Alabama, it's Helena, Alabama, so it might be Helena there, but I know up in Montana, it's the other thing. Inbound Alabama marker there. I don't see anything that looks like it has debris associated with it. Let me back this up just a little. I don't see anything there that looks like there is a tornado on the ground, so we're going to say at the moment at least that is a tornado warning for the northern part of the county that still exists. This thing just crossed over Theodore and is now on its way toward Cottage Park Estates, just to the western side of Mobile. A tornado warning there from the National Weather Service, an observed tornado, and for the next 30 minutes that tornado warning continues across that region. That's going to be from the National Weather Service out of Mobile till 5:45. Tornado warnings in effect there with a confirmed tornado very near Theodore and going off to the east. Brett should be in well above his name, and the other one should be his dash cam. Neither one of them show up, which is all right. Dude's down there running around using his cellular connection to send us back a feed, so we'll get that. This is a dangerous area right now. This entire region here from eastern Mississippi to western Alabama is a dangerous sort of situation kind of unfolding here right before the sun sets, because everything seems to be spinning down here. Wrong color. If you check this out, just about every storm down here has some rotation going on, especially these two on the eastern side of Mobile Bay. I still don't see a tornado warning coming with either one of those, although I'm sure they're talking about it, but right now I don't see. I said that they just issued a tornado warning for. It's going to be this Foley storm. It has to be. Yeah. Okay. The Bon Secours storm is now a tornado warned storm. Kind of had to be. because there's a debris ball out there. This is, again, just to the north of Gulf Shores, Alabama. And it's going to be crossing over 59. There's a place right there where you get pizza on 16. I don't know if it's still there or not, but it used to be a place, a little pizza place there on the northern side of the Bon Secours River. And it looks like it's about right there. So this is Bon Secours, by the way. This is Oyster Bay down here. And then this is the Bon Secours River coming in from the southwestern side. There's some houses right in here off this little peninsula there. And then Bon Secours is right here. This is Bon Secours Highway that goes northward, County Road 49 coming through here. And there is your tornado and what I think is a debris ball associated with it. Now, there was a new update to the radar that just came out. It is an observed tornado. The National Weather Service out of Mobile says Baldwin County now under a tornado-producing storm in Bon Secours, 5 miles southwest of Foley. It is radar confirmed. How do we know? Let's look at it a couple of different ways. Look, excuse me. I know they're working really, really hard there at the Weather Service. And I just called, this one was pretty obvious, but so is this one. It's got to be a water spout out over, this is eastern side of Mobile Bay. Again, north of Wolf Bay. And they kind of look identical, but this one has an observed tornado warning with it for the next 42 minutes. The National Weather Service continues. That is a tornado warning. Correlation coefficient. There's debris. So this is going to be actual debris of some sort. I'm trying to think of what's there. There's some trees there. It's not, not tons of people. But obviously people do live there. Lost you, Brett. And we'll just get back to it. So that's what we have right now is that tornado warning. Tornado being reported on the ground there just moments ago. Correlation coefficient backing that up. Radar backs that up. Kind of everything does. Hard to say just how large it is, but you got that curl, that kidney bean shape that we were talking about again, just to the west of Foley, west of Bayside, and a very close call there. This is a tornado warning that has quite a few people involved with it too, because it's moving in on the western side of the city of Mobile, so it's in the downtown area there, just west of the downtown area, and that's pretty concerning, as you see that too. But that has over 170,000 people who are involved in that one polygon near Tillman's Corner, moving north at 25 miles per hour. That goes until 5:45 this afternoon. So right now, folks, we have 3 tornado warnings, 3 polygons with tornado warnings involved. All of them do. Yeah, try to do one other thing here. 3 tornado warnings from the National Weather Service offices there. 1 in Mississippi, 2 more over to Alabama, the eastern side of Alabama. Other than that, I'll zoom on out. We don't have any more tornado warnings. Let me just show you what we do have as far as rainfall goes. The line is somewhat extensive. Goes all the way to the north and back into the low pressure center itself. It's pretty easy to see where the low pressure is, by the way. Shows up like a sore thumb here as the low right in here. So there's your low pressure center itself. The adjacent cool front spreads off to the east and then southward. A little occlusion here, if you will, for the very beginning. But this is the cold front. And again, as I said, it goes southward all the way down into the Gulf of Mexico. The backside of this is now dry. McCollum, back over to Jackson, you're dry. Natchez, Mississippi. Baton Rouge, New Orleans, your rain is over with. And essentially, that's pretty much what you do see. Till you get to this, which is the area there where we still have the tornado warnings that are in effect, and they have different times. Let's go back to the Mobile radar and show you that. Different times here. New marine warning for the eastern side of Mobile Bay, obviously. Marine warning there. But the tornado warnings Again, I don't make these calls, but I can look at this and tell you that's a tornado too. If this is a tornado to the right, then this one is as well. In the eastern side of Mobile Bay. Yeah, that's a spout. So any minute now, unless something happens and that goes away, there's going to be another tornado warning there for Highway 98. It's going to be US 98. It actually wraps all the way around Mobile Bay and then becomes on the beach. Ends up being on the beach. Still some rotation here southwest of Foley and Magnolia Springs, but whether or not that's a confirmation, I don't know that at this point. So we have the three areas there that do concern us here at the moment. Let me put that into motion for you and show you more than 7 frames. Let's do about 50 frames here. Go back and look at it and put that into motion. I'm going to let you watch the, well, I thought it was going to lapse. It is going to lapse here. Notice down near Dolphin Island, too, there's another rotation that's about to come on shore as well. Right there. So we may have another one showing up there into Baldwin County here very shortly. It's too many frames, 21 frames. All right, I'm going to mute this for just 1 second, see if not seeing Brett is my fault. I just wanted more airtime. Hold on. I see Brett's forward-facing camera, not his back one, but we'll get him back up here in just a couple of seconds. A couple of tornado warnings, brand new tornado warnings coming out just moments ago as well that I'll get you up to date on, but right now that is Brett's forward-facing camera, his dash camera as you see it. Pretty sure he's getting pretty close to the Alabama line there, and we'll be getting some more information on him from there in just a few moments. But right now, let me get you up to date on the tornado warnings, because they're coming out fast and furiously here at the moment. Brand new tornado warning over to Mississippi as well. There is a storm report here from Theodore, Alabama. Law enforcement, 9/11 reporting damage to a house near Tongue Avenue due to a possible tornado. Yeah, there was. So law enforcement reporting a tornado damage that was seen right there just moments ago. Tornado warning again. That one's about to expire, but they're issuing another one. And in fact, I see an area here that around Big Point looks like it's just now beginning to happen. 613, County 613 down to the south. A possible genesis of a tornado beginning to happen here as well. And this is the new tornado warning down to the south here that they just issued, by the way. All right, so that's going to be for the next 49 minutes is the storm that was into the northern part of Mobile Bay is coming on shore. So they issued a tornado warning. In effect, for southern Mobile County, it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near I-10 and I-65, or about 5 miles to the south of downtown Mobile, coming on shore. Dangerous situation, downtown Mobile at 5:35. 10 minutes from now, basically. Pritchard at around 5:40, and Chickasaw I-65 and I-165 at around 5:45, and Saraland and Satsuma around 6, and Axis around 6:10. These are estimated times of arrival that we are looking at. Again, Brett Adair moving on to the east. We're following Brett here as he is moving along. Brett, I don't know if you can hear me, but we don't see you on camera at the moment. You might want to give that a refresh, as I think it's on your end and not mine. We are looking, I would say we're looking south. I think the if there's any light at all, it's to the east. So be on the right-hand side of the screen. There's your lowering that is ongoing. Let me see if I can communicate with Brett another way. That might be, I'm not really sure what he's running up on there at the moment. I think it's I-10 actually. I'm pretty sure that's I-10. I think he's going to get up there on I-10 and come eastward, make his way back over to southern Mobile County, where the warnings are. I'm going to put you on mute for just a second, see if I can get him back on our other channel. Hold on. I'm not sure. I'll keep monitoring him, though, as he moves eastward across that. I don't know exactly where he is, to be quite honest with you. Hard to keep up with him. He's moving so quickly. But let's talk about what we have right now, because we've got 5 tornado warnings now. So let me go through these as best I know how, which is one by one. Well, hold on a second. Let me get Brett back on here. All right, well, I'll try to get back to him here in just a couple of minutes, but right now, let me get you up to date because there's a whole lot going on here. We've got another tornado warning just now issued, so let's just get to a full screen and take a look at it. And I'm going to take a deep breath. Here's what's happening at the moment. We have tornado warnings. We'll go through them west, east, and actually, let me just show you this, because there's another tornado warning that's about to be issued, what looks to be a larger tornado. I say it's about to be issued. I don't do that, but you can see what I see, and that's a likely tornado there. So here's what we got. Actually, they did just issue a tornado warning for it. So this is north of Wiggins. This is the storm that we're looking at. That looks big and bad. For the next 43 minutes, the National Weather Service there has issued a Perry and Stone County tornado warning from the Weather Office in Mobile. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, right there, is showing up. So tough call. That's rain wrapped, but a very likely tornado is occurring there in that area. So strong thunderstorm, likely tornado there. that shows up very, very well. Where is this? This is going to be in the central part of the county. This is runs for the next 43 minutes for the central part of Perry and Stone counties. You're underneath the tornado warning there. Back to the east we go, just a little bit further. Got some rotation here as well, just north of Lucedale near Vernal, but not a tornado warning. But we run back into them again. 613 Slaughter Flat Landing. A tornado warning exists here for the next 28 minutes near Big Point, 8 miles to the northeast of Escatawba. It's moving north at 25 miles per hour. That's Jackson County. Again, tornado warning there exists for a little while longer, so we watch that as well as everything kind of glides in that general direction as well. Down to the south, we have another possible onshore tornado coming onshore. What is this? Big Point. Okay, so they did just issue another tornado warning. These are happening pretty fast now. An observed tornado near Big Point. That's this one. So this is a tornado warning that is in effect coming northward. So this is going to be on the eastern side of Wade. Coming northward, 614, an observed tornado that is likely on the ground here into the area near Harleston, just to the south of Harleston, but east of Wade by about 5 miles. Go a little bit further to the east, we've got two more very suspect areas down to the south. These are coming on shore just over the next few minutes, and there's one. Here's the second one. Sort of a similar situation coming in on the south side of Bayou La Battery, moving northward and eastward at about 25 miles per hour. Tornado warning now in effect for the western side of Mobile County. That includes Saraland, Chickasaw, Mobile. You are under a tornado warning in all of these areas here coming from the south to the north, although I don't see the same kind of situation that we had a little bit earlier. Seems to have abated the really tight inbound, outbound that was associated with it. Now, east of River Park, tornado warning here. That's from the storm that came on shore a few moments ago for Bon Secours. They've allowed this one that's along 98 to not be a tornado warning storm for the moment, but nonetheless, still watching it. As I said, it's a very difficult situation at the moment to be watching all of these, but a tornado warning issued nonetheless. There is what we call an LSR, or a storm report. Numerous reports of damage around Magnolia Springs. Power lines down. First responders report visual, and there has been a touchdown, and that was going to be in this area. Magnolia Springs, if we go backward in time, let me go backward in time here a little bit, see if I can find out exactly when that happened. I know we were looking at it, we were talking about the fact there was debris, and that was it right there. Right there was about the time the tornado was on the ground at that point. And then we may have a couple more offshore as we continue to watch. But there's, again, numerous tornadoes now that we're looking at. 1, 2, 3, 4 warnings currently that are out there. These are all associated with what was headed in and out of the Gulf of Mexico coming northward, and still is. Pritchard now, Saraland, you're underneath the tornado warning. It is observed. Actually, now they're seeing this as radar indicated. So that's going to be this area right here. Goes until 6:15. 120,000 people are in this. And I think this is still the observed tornado that is north of Magnolia Springs at the moment. So they just really reissued this tornado warning for this storm. Let me sort of put the velocity data on there. This is why. This is down near Summerdale. If you know this area, you get off there at Loxley, you come southward through Robertsdale by the Robertsdale Church of Christ, come southward down to 59 on 59. This is not Interstate 59. But again, here we have a tornado just southwest of Summerdale. It was on the ground. We know that because we do have some damage being reported there already. So confirmation of that, touching the ground not that long ago, did take place. This is moving northeast, where it's going to cross over I-10 in about 25-30 minutes too. This is a water spout southwest of Dauphin Island. That'll be coming northward too. So this thing right here, that looks pretty large to me, west of Deep Creek. So here's what I'm going to do. Let me put this back into reflectivity. I'm going to let it loop here for just one moment. And if we're getting Brett back on here, hold on with me for just a moment. All right, still working with Brett here for just a moment, but you may have noticed that a new tornado warning popped up here. This is just the south of Fairhope, Alabama. Yeah, we talked about it for about the last 30 minutes, so it didn't sneak up on you because we knew there were two of them coming in on the eastern side of Mobile Bay. Well, they did issue this one for the new tornado now coming in from Fairhope, Montrose over to Daphne, Alabama. This is on the eastern side now of Mobile Bay. The eastern side of Mobile Bay is a water spout, but now it is a tornado-warned storm. Velocity data telling us same thing we knew is that we were going to have a look. There's not just that one. There's another tornado, a water spout out here offshore in the middle of Mobile Bay. But this is the one right now coming into Fairhope. Look, as we talk about quite often, we end up with confirmation. After you get these warnings, sometimes they just don't materialize at all. Well, this one is 80% of what we're getting are initializing or verifying, I should say. And as you can see right now, there's quite a few of them out there. We still have the one up here. Let's see what that was. It's a new LSR. Tornado touching down in an open field about 3 miles to the north of Wade. That's about where Brett was, and I don't know if he reported that. Still have that tornado warning there. This one is very concerning to me because a lot of the, I don't see anything in the CC product. We're just going to call it the debris product for the rest of this evening. Two tornado warnings there in eastern Mississippi. One south and east of Hattiesburg. We've got three more into southwestern Alabama, Mobile, Baldwin County. Underneath tornado warnings there as well. So a lot happening there with both of those situations as everything is moving very, very quickly. I can show you Brett's his camera from in car. And again, moving along there swiftly to catch the details. Everything is moving eastward. None of this has been stagnant. It's all been moving on to the east at a fairly decent clip overall. So I just have to kind of be watching here. There's confirmation of the storm down to the south and east. It's going to be on the eastern side of Baldwin County. Fire Department rescue. They're near Magnolia Springs. This is the one that we were looking at there that was on the eastern side of Bon Secours Bay. Trying to think of the fish house. There's a fish house down there where a lot of people often go and pick up seafood. Been there forever. Hold on just a second. I'll tell you the name of it. Other than that, there are other areas that we're also watching. Let me see if I can just do a little double box here. Nope. Somehow I just got Snoop Dogg was in my shot. Here we go. New tornado warning for Perry County. They just sort of updated that one. That's the old Perry County tornado warning. No hail involved, but an observed tornado just moments ago. That is this storm near Bat Place, Janus, and Deep Creek. That is a confirmed tornado seen just moments ago from an observer on the ground, indicating to us where we do, in fact, have some sort of debris. And you can see it here. It's a pixel. It's not even much more than a pixel or two, but here's how I know that's actually something, is because if I take this and I put it into motion, it wasn't there the scan before. So there it was, gone, there it was. That tells us that at least it's touching down, probably coming back up, touching down again, hitting something and causing the anomaly to go up into the air. It's all rainfall all the way around it, but this one particular thing right here in the middle, that is debris that is lost. So that is a confirmed tornado now that, at least from time to time, we know is on the ground. The National Weather Service has told us so. That is what we currently have. Excuse me, I should have hit my cough button. Still getting LSR's local storm reports that tell us 9/11 reporting a house near Tongue Avenue has been damaged due to a possible tornado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings currently in effect across this area here. The two coming in on the eastern side of Mobile Bay near Fairhope. There's still some sort of an anomaly up into the air there near 104.48, or just to the north of Clay City, Montrose and Daphne, Alabama, or just southwest of Loxley, if you choose, south of I-10. And then the other storm that's down here near Foley is the other area that we are watching along the Alabama River. This is the Mobile River that comes southward, but the Alabama River near Citronelle is what we are also talking about. Man, these things are coming out fast. Back in the Mississippi, this is a reissue. This is a reissue. Sorry, I was reading a new update. A confirmed tornado located near Hurley, over Hurley, 11 miles to the north of Escatawba, moving north at 25 miles per hour. Issuance time on this was 5:32, so it was about 10 minutes ago. A damaging tornado confirmed by radar and observations also, mainly over rural areas at the moment, but the National Weather Service continues to follow this and has eyes on, so they'll be giving us some more information of that over the next few minutes. The storm we have furthest to the north, and it looks like, by the way, Hattiesburg is all right now. Got a little thunderstorm there, but our line, our division, has been, about this area along 59 and then 98. This is Highway 98, where we're still seeing, quite a few thunderstorms, but it's like right in this area here, and through here is where it's really volatile. By volatile, I mean where spin occurs pretty easily, as you can see. Let me see if we can look at something else. What else can I show you that makes sense here? None of that works out. Don't think we have, this claims there's some hail there. Vertically integrated liquid. When that shows up, it's a very dense object. Most times pea-sized hail. Let's see if they even mention hail. Nope. Maybe I take that out. But an observed tornado associated with that particular part of the storm right there. The actual line, the front itself is moving on eastward. This is the actual frontal boundary, as you can see. So nothing back in New Orleans, you're in the clear. As far as precipitation goes, no more precipitation there. And the further you go northward. All right, I do see you, B. Let's try to do this all over again here. Give me 1 minute. I apologize for doing some of this stuff live, but Brad has dropped in and out a few times. Let me hit my button for a moment. Brett, can you hear me?
Yep, can you hear me?
I do. Hey,
Good,
stuff
good.
has happened since you've been gone.
Yeah, I saw the tornado east of the bay. I'm actually in Alabama, in Theodore, looking for the path. So, just to give you an update, the tornado that was reported in Escatawpa and Moss Point, we couldn't find any damage. We drove up 63 around 613, all along I-10, saw nothing. Not a tree down,
Okay.
not a structure damage. So, checking deeper into that, I sent that to the Weather Service and gave them that info because they got that from the public, I believe. I am now on US 90. We are going to move over into the area just to the east of where we are. We're at Highway County Road 39 here in Mobile County and US 90. We're very close to where that confirmed tornado would have crossed the road. So we're checking it out. There is reports over in this area of a home that's been damaged, at least one home. So
Yeah,
that
just off
is,
the interstate there.
yeah, I have not seen that report. Don't know exactly where that's
Do you see it be on my
supposedly
screen
had
here? Is it that
happened.
one?
Yep,
Right here?
yep, that's the one. I am very close to that,
Okay.
so I am looking for that. I know it's. Let's see what road that was actually off of.
Here.
Let's see.
Kind of off of
Saw
Theodore
saw a
Dawes.
bunch of reports. Yep, that's the one.
Theodore Dawes, and then go
That's the
southward on
one.
Government.
And I am,
Although it doesn't
and
say.
that's where I'm at.
Yeah, it doesn't say there's a lot there, though.
No, I'm looking up. I know a lot of tower cams are showing tornadoes around here. I know there was one in Summerdale. I know there was one in downtown Mobile. Several water spouts now being seen just southwest of Point Clear as of a few minutes ago. What else do we have? I heard some reports of damage over at Magnolia Springs, southwest of Foley. Let's see. Trying to find this path.
Yeah, there was
where we
the Magnolia Springs had damage, and then this thing that's back out over the water again near Daphne is kind of interesting too. That's going to come up, just east of the tunnel actually here in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, check it out. That's a tight little spin.
All right, we're really. I see that we're really close here on Government where this tornadic damage should have occurred. So should have some insight on that in just a minute. Let me know if it's running. If not, I'll restart it.
No, it's running, but it's not pretty. Hold on a second.
No, it's
maybe filling.
It's not. Let's see. Let's see here. All right. So right. Okay, we got some debris stuff here. Let's see. I don't see any structural damage, but it looks like we're pretty close to where a tornado, if it went over, would have been. Based on the radar and based on the little bit of debris that we saw there. Let's see. No damage to any of these structures. Sign's not even blown down. I mean,
for
it
the
looks
record.
a lot like we expected. These tornadoes are rather weak today.
Except for the stovepipe we saw for that short amount of time. I don't know what happened after that, but that looked like a decent tornado. Um, so if you look here, so you're up here near the tornado. Well, I don't have you on screen. Hold on a second.
All right, there's Tongue Avenue was right behind us. That's where the damage report was.
Yeah. You're in a
Let's see.
spot, by
I'm
the
gonna
way,
go
where this
back and
stuff
check
is
that
kind of
out.
coming toward you again. You know that? You see
Yeah,
those
yeah. We trust me. We're watching the bases here just to the south.
two more spouts there coming on shore. One's pretty
Yeah,
big there.
yeah, 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 yeah.
And both of
Miami.
those that we were watching in Mobile. Hey, there's an LSR in the middle of Mobile Bay. Hold on a second. I got to see this.
That's that's that one. I bet the southwest of Point Clear with the water spouts.
Water spout reported on TV by broadcast media cameras southwest of Point Clear.
Yeah, that
My
seems
buddy
about
Alan
right.
Seals is down there covering that, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's wide open right now.
I should text him and say, "Can I get you on?" He would love that right now.
Oh, I bet. I bet. Let's see. Yeah, this little thing that's over top of us has actually got rotation right here, west of Theodore. It's
It's,
very, very small. The one offshore looks a little better.
yeah, it looks, yeah. And there's still a tornado
Keep
warning. We're not
going.
forgetting about you, by the way. East of 49 up here on the south side of Janus. That's going to be up there with an observed tornado still. Confirmed tornado 12 miles northeast of Wiggins. It's moving northeast at about 25. Damage being caused here. This goes until 6:15. So you got like 20 more minutes on this tornado warning
Somebody right
back
up
into
here.
Mississippi that's just east of US 49 or south of 98. Going northeastward, it's about 30 miles ahead of the actual cold front that's moving across 59. Probably give the all clear for like Hattiesburg. I don't see any thunderstorms coming in there that look severe. Everything's going to be in advance of the actual
That
cold
might be
front
it.
here in this area, but tornado warning confirmed near Bat Place and Deep Creek. And moving on to the east, now we have a new tornado warning for Daphne, which is the storm that we were still watching. I think they just reissued this because of that. The polygon was way down to the south, so they reissued this. Still includes Daphne, and that's going to be
We're
because of
past it.
this rotation right there, Highway 98, and still saying radar indicated because when they say that, first thing you look at is always going to be some sort of a CC drop. Of course, it's out there over the water, so you don't always have a CC drop unless you're picking up water.
Take that
And
next road. Not this one, but the next one. We're working on getting up here, Dave, to this area.
I had to start, I don't know, singing or something in the shower because I don't have the chest capacity I used to have to do 20 hours of coverage. So I apologize. I think I'm breathing heavily into the microphone. My health is okay. I had a leg cramp a while ago that sent me to the floor, but I quickly hit the no-show button.
Well,
Weird
hopefully,
day. Weird day. I mean, this was not.
traveling up here.
This is really not. When I looked at all the models last night, I didn't think we're gonna have. Now I told you both. I mean, I yelled at you both that we need to be on the air by 1 because I thought there was going to be something south of Hattiesburg, but I didn't think this. I needed a thumbnail.
Right. I mean, this is really, you know,
He
this
can't hear
is
me, can
really
he?
just, no, he can't.
Good.
Okay, we got some activity up here ahead of us. We're on Tongue Avenue West. This is where that damage report was. Let me see what we have here. Let's see. A lot of people are out looking, but man, the power's on.
It's on.
Oh, this is probably because it's road construction. Yeah, power's on here.
You know, after
Power's
after
on.
Opal, a lot of that power went underground. Um, I think they do pretty well there most of the time. You hear me, B? He hears me. I don't hear him. Brett, do you hear me? Look in the camera because your audio is off. I don't know if you hit it again or your earpiece went dead. Eh. No. I think your earpiece died. Anyway, let's get back to it till this earpiece comes alive again. Here's where we are with warnings. Current warnings that we have. Now they're spread out a little bit. We've got the tornado warning up there in the Mississippi still yet. Tornado warning with an observed tornado. That's going to go for another, about 15 minutes? With a confirmed tornado 12 miles to the northeast of Wiggins. Still moving off to the north. I don't see the same kind of signature. That's been a while since they've had an update. And I don't see the same kind of signature it had, and I'm lying. Look at that. It's just about out of the polygon is the problem. So there's your tornado. The lightning bolt that goes along with it there. Still moving northeast. If I lived in McLean, somewhere there, Beaumont near 98, I'd for sure take cover immediately because we still have the makings of what looks to be a bona fide tornado. The good news is here at the moment, that is not showing any kind of debris signature associated with it. So at the moment, at least, there's a little hook right there. So certainly there is a tornado that probably is visible. And there's a really decent inbound outbound marker there that's associated with it also. Tornado number 1. They're going to have to fix this because it's almost out of the polygon. Tornado 1 there over to Mississippi. That's ugly. Tornado number 2 into Mississippi is about to expire. Well, it's going to be for the northern part of Jackson County, located over Hurley, moving off to the north there too. That's a broad inbound, outbound, or whatever you're looking at. That's super broad. There's no pixelization, pixel to pixel there at all, so that's no big deal. Down to the south, we have nothing but the LSR that says there was a tornado there earlier near Tongue Avenue. Now we have some stuff coming on shore here. This is nearby La Battery on the southwestern side. There's 3 water spouts there that are still kind of active. That storm that was down in just outside of Bon Secours is up near Loxley now, and it still has a little bit of spin rotation associated with it. Not a lot, but a little bit. And the storm to the north of there has weakened near Satsuma, southwest of Axis, actually, just to the east of, that's going to be west of the Alabama River. And that's kind of it at the moment. With everything still moving on to the east, there's still a tornado watch that's in effect till 7 o'clock tonight. Another hour on that, or whether or not they reissue that could be something that would be happening here very, very shortly, too. 6 o'clock, losing sunshine of the day. Let's go through this. Actually, if you'll bear with me for just a moment, we'll actually look at some of the radar stuff and see what we can see right here before dark. Long wave IR, again, is just a good indicator of what is happening. I'm going to put this about 30 frames or so, move that forward, show you where the actual frontal boundary is. Very easy to see it overall here. It's a cold front that's moving from west to east, locked within, there's the cold front, but it's locked within a low pressure that's right up about there. Looks like it's about Little Rock at the moment. But the cold front moving on to the east. somewhat progressively so, not hanging around for very long. There's your dry air that's coming in. This is all dry. Louisiana, for the most part, besides what's happening in the far eastern corner, is no longer going to be a threat. Now, how far to the north this goes is another good question. We'll just kind of be looking into that as we move along here. I don't really, let me see if I can find any new information on really what they're thinking, how long this is going to last. Quite oftentimes, this time of the day, we lose the sunshine of the day. We also lose a lot of the instability that goes along with it. So, at the present, what they are saying is that the threat continues. Tornado threat continues across the watch area. Greatest near-term threat is going to be focused in the coastal area, southern Mississippi and Alabama. The radar at a mobile depicting scattered convection. Yeah. That south of a warm front that's lifting slowly to the northeast across the Gulf states. Upper 60s, low 70s. Surface dew points across the warm sector supporting surface-based inflow from the storms. Clockwise turning now from the photographs, indicating strong cyclonic supercells. Brief tornadoes have already occurred into the air, and given the favorable boundary layer, tornado risk should remain focused along the Gulf Coast of Mississippi and Alabama. Low dew points are in place. Back to surface winds in the front that'll slowly move on to the north. The low level jet this evening, and the threat should shift slightly northward and eastward as we go through the rest of this evening as well. And that's pretty much what we thought they were going to say. I can do this. No, not that. Let's do this. And give me one sec, sorry. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Oh, you fooled me. Give me one second. Are you eating? All right. Well, I got an apple that's already turned 3 different colors since I've been here. Can you still eat an apple when it looks like this? All right. We're really going to get into that now? We just got a new tornado warning. Observe, too. That's the Mobile Bay storm, so it's very serious. This is coming into It's coming near the tunnel where I was talking about a little bit earlier. It's actually on the other side of the tunnel, the north side, but it's an observed tornado there, 4 miles southeast of Spanish Fort, or just so you know, north of the tunnel and in downtown Mobile. I don't have any cameras to show you at this point, and actually the last image that just came in looks less than tornado-y. Look back to the. Can you still see the? Can you still see us on the air? You and I. You do see this, right? Still back in Mississippi. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, but yeah, but looks pretty wild. You got a good signal, so I would. Hmm. All right. I still have nothing coming out of your. Well, I do. Gosh, I just started to say that, and there we go. It's not me. I think I've done a really good job at being a director and audio guy, and I said that. And hmm. Well, yeah, that just happened because. It is weird. All right. Did you turn your mic off? Well, you look good. I don't hear a word you're saying, so. I don't hear you, by the way. Do you hear me? Why don't we do it this way? How about a little roundup of what is happening here? I'll just kind of go at it by what's happening back in the Mississippi at the moment. This is pretty. Hey, is it raining? Brett. Okay. Let me get back to what I was saying. There are a couple of areas here back in Mississippi that we're still looking at. That's pretty ominous looking. There's strong inbound and outbound feature, but also right in between it is a lot of pixelization that says it's a broad sort of a rotation that's occurring. So nothing really looks imminent there with that at the moment. This is going this way, this is going this way, but not tightly packed here into the middle where it would need to be in order to be considered tornadic again. Now it's kind of like on the cusp, on the edge, if you will. Everything that was blowing up down here along the Gulf Coast a few moments ago, well, a lot of that came on shore has now moved a little bit further onto the north and is not as imminent as it was or as nasty as it was. I still see quite a bit of inbound, outbound there. But out over the Gulf of Mexico, we have two little areas here, most notably one south of Gulf Shores, another one out there that's just south of Dauphin Island by pretty good ways, but there's still some strong rotation noted with both of these areas, that one there and there. That would be coming northward, might be near Gulf Shores in about 20 minutes or so as it comes on northward. The other areas here of note, near Loxley, we still have that same marker that was there a little while ago when we did, in fact, have that tornado that did bring some damage. We know that because somebody is on site. I don't know, Brett, are you anywhere near St. Elmo still or Theodore? Because you see this little ball that's headed toward you that's a downburst at the moment, but I got you. That's kind of wild. It looks like just a little downburst. Yeah, I can hear it off into the background. So they did issue a tornado warning for this, by the way, Brett. Just now, actually, it's Bayou La Battery. They issued the tornado warning because of what's coming on shore here, I guess, just south of Bayou La Battery. So, brand new tornado warning. issued. This goes until 7 o'clock tonight. They just issued that. Yeah, there you go. West of Bayou La Battery actually is where our marker is, and these are small markers. They're not, we're not looking at. There's another one here near College Park, right up on the radar. I see you and your. How about now? Well, I figured if I check 2. Say that again. What? Yeah. It's coming back, yeah.
Yes, that red line. And then we'll take a left. And it gets east-west route to run. This thing comes up.
South of the airport. Right here, yeah, it was. I was just pointing that out. But if you can't hear me, then you don't know that. North of the interstate. And I'm on the second tilt. I don't understand. I've got, I don't know. Both my meters are going up. I don't know why I There you go. Can you hear me, Brett? Check 2, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Brett, do you hear me? Just kind of got your NAT sound there. Raining. Check. Well, I don't know if you can hear me or not here at the moment, but that is a couplet that's coming rather quickly across I-10. Brett's dash cam, which he's right on the storm there at the moment. I don't know why we can't see him. I've obviously, I am not the best OBS operator. If you are, give us a call. We've been trying stuff though we shouldn't have, but thought this was going to be at least a decent chance to try in the very beginning. But right now, you can see what looks to be a possible tornado crossing over the interstate. Just to the west of Theodore, right there along I-10 going northward. And it really broadened out right there. So now you got, quite a bit of space in between the couplets, in between the pixels. There's a lot of space in between, so it doesn't really look like it did a few moments ago. It's more or less just kind of a broad area of rotation spinning there. There are other areas of concern, though. Here's an obvious water spout out over the open water. There's south and west Gulf Shores, and then a few more to the north there. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect east of Beaumont. It's going to be to the north. Possible tornado involved with this as well, but north of 98, where the National Weather Service is still issuing a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Perry, Greene counties, with a storm located there near McLean, but going northeastward, 19 miles north and east of Ritchie. And then south again, a couple of other thunderstorms that we're looking at too. Radar indicates quite a few that are still offshore, coming onshore too. Saraland, back over to Mobile, I-10, throughout that corridor is what we're talking about also. I'm going to put you on, I'm just going to leave the radar running here for just a moment, if you'd like to, and let me see if I can figure out what I've done wrong to cut Mr. Adair off. Hold on. Check 2 3. Check check check. 1 2 3. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello 2 3. I think I'm on. I'm just gonna. Anyway, this thing that we were watching for a while is now a tornado warning. Just now issued just a few moments ago. And this is a tornado warning storm. South 42 and just to the west of Vera, maybe. There's an inbound and an outbound there. Actually, there has been for a while. Been watching this for a little while, coming in from the south. But now it is a tight couplet that's beginning to show up here. And let me go down with the elevation again because I raised this up when it was so close to the radar side a little bit earlier. National Weather Service had put out a tornado warning here from Mobile. Look at all that lightning, too. Now, this is the perfect situation that we were talking about a little bit earlier, where a lot of information now suggests that tornado genesis, or the beginning of a tornado, often starts with quite a bit of lightning in a small area. This is, again, a very small area here, more or less. You can see all the lightning strikes. They're kind of tiny. I think I can make them a little bit larger. But nonetheless, we're looking right around 42, going northward, decent speed, too, overall. But where you see the box, that is the new tornado warning that's just now been issued just to the south and east of Richton and north of Beaumont on the eastern side. This is now about 45 miles east of Hattiesburg. I said a while ago that Hattiesburg was out of the soup, and I still think you are. You're out of the chance for anything coming from the west. This is all now east of Hattiesburg and actually east of the cold front. The cold front's now moving into the western side of Hattiesburg and beyond. But there is a tornado warning now in effect for this area. I think that's going to be for the next hour, fairly long, because they're moving from south to north. The polygon is going to be long anyway. If they were moving from west to east, they would not be as long of a tornado warning. But they're moving from the south to the north, so it's an elongated polygon. And now this is a severe thunderstorm warning turned tornado warning in effect for the next, 6:46, like an hour worth of time. It is 6:46. It was just now issued 4 minutes ago, so it runs until 7:45, moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. There is some indication, there's a lot of indication of rotation. There was some indication a little bit earlier that there may have been something aloft. I don't see it like I did a little bit earlier. Back up just a little bit here, and I can show you. I don't see anything that really looked like it was, debris. But nonetheless, a tornado warning is what it is. Got that little southwestern side that we're looking at coming on northward, and so the Weather Service did go ahead and issue for that. That is a tornado warning effect over there in Mississippi. Go down 98, you run into the next tornado warning. This one still continues now. Pritchard, Alabama. Chickasaw, you're underneath the tornado warning. That's from the National Weather Service again out of Mobile. That's going to be on the western side of Mobile Bay. That's this storm, roughly, that goes from, well, there's a new tornado warning that even supersedes this one. This is the old one. I think we're going to see a new one fill in now that is going to include this Cottage Park Estates area. Let's see what happens here if we get a new tornado warning. And that's going to be because of this small area here. I'm going to go back up with the elevation on the radar to show you what I'm talking about, because it is so close to the radar site. You can't see it until you go up in elevation. But there it is. New tornado warning being issued. Trying to stretch, because I think it's about to happen. And now there's another one, too, that's going to be for this storm on the eastern side. That's going to be just actually near Gulf Shores. This is a new tornado warning for Gulf Shores that will be issued momentarily with a strong indication, really some inbound, outbound there. And I see 3 areas. Just about the time I took a breath and I was going to drink some water because I'm kind of cramping up. There are now 1, 2... maybe 4 tornado warnings that are about to be issued. This one looks pretty bad. There's a lot of lightning here associated with it. That's our first tornado warning up there on the northeastern side of the boundary. And this is going to be in effect for Perry, Wayne, and Greene counties. Perry, Wayne, and Greene counties over there on the eastern side of Mississippi. Now, the new tornado warning that we were talking about. This is now coming in just moments ago. It's an observed tornado warning, too. 5 miles to the west of Tillman's Corner. moving north at about 35 miles per hour. So that is a tornado warning there as well for that area. Tornado will be near Midtown Mobile and near the regional airport at about 7 o'clock, or just to the east of I-65, 65, excuse me, and north of I-10, as it pretty much goes in that general direction. Now, a new tornado warning. This is just to the north of Gulf Shores, down on the eastern side of the county, and this is one of those areas that we were looking at coming in off of the water. So now we have a new Mobile County tornado warning, Baldwin County, and as it goes on northeastward at 30 miles per hour, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is taking place right there, just to the north of Gulf Shores. That's 59. This is kind of in the same area. It's about 5 miles further east, but it's Bon Secours. This is Bon Secours, Oyster Bay, down to the south, coming up 59 here northward. You'd run into this, right? That's the Intercoastal Waterway. You know where the bridge is right there? That's where this is. 59, going northward all the way back over to Foley, Summerdale. You're in the polygon, but it has a long way to go to the northern side of the polygon there. And then overall, a couple of more storms that we're looking at. This is the Pritchard storm that is observed. Tornado observed here moments ago. Confirmed 5 miles to the west of Tillman's Corner, moving north at 35 miles per hour. That's going to go till 7 o'clock, so we still have about 6 more minutes on that tornado warning. It's on the north side of the Mobile regional radar, and so that's a pretty big deal as well there into that area. And this is the actual storm right in here. This is it, not that. This is it down here, down to the south. So kind of watching that area move northward towards Cottage Park, and not too far away from the radar, from the radome that you'd see off into the distance. That's the velocity. Let me show you what it looks like with reflectivity. And wow, they're popping these things off left and right. That's another tornado warning. Actually, that's this one. They just reissued it. 165,000 people, by the way, are within the polygon. 34 schools and a hospital. P-size L reported there a little bit earlier, too. So we have 3 tornado warnings at the moment. One just now coming in off of Gulf Shores, Alabama, where 59 ends there at the end. You go to the right, you end up over Fort Morgan. You go to the left, you're in Perdido or Floribama before you know it. But it's just south of Foley there where the outlets are, going northward up 59, probably just parallel to it there. On the south side, this is the Bon Secours River, and coming in on the south side, moving northward at about 35 miles per hour to be near I-10, probably that rate, be near I-10 before you know it. So this is the polygon that replaced the old one. Let me see if I can find you something here. I don't see anything there. Excuse me, inbound, outbound marker there that's not very impressive at all, at least as those things go. And this is another, near Fort Morgan, this is another water spout that'll be coming on shore here pretty quickly. But right there's the spout. If you look offshore, maybe even another one just south of there. So it's still pretty active no matter what you do, no matter what you look at here. It's all still pretty active coming in from the Gulf of Mexico northward. And the watch that goes until 9 o'clock tonight as well. Let me get some more information about that. Let me see if I can show you. There's still slight risk. This is our slight risk area. Bounded again off to the east by that marginal risk, which as we lose sunshine of the day, we're also going to lose instability here. So we do expect there to be a weakening that should take place as we go through the next few hours. But that's where our risk is at the moment. And still looking for the possibility. Let me see if they issued a new mesoscale that I don't know about. And yeah, 1911 was issued at 5:23, about an hour ago actually. But the tornado threat continues across the zone. Greatest near-term threat, southern Mississippi, Alabama. Latest radar out of MOB says semi-discrete supercell spreading across parts of southern Mississippi and Alabama, along with the effective bulk shear that we've been talking about too. Clockwise turning, low-level photographs, and some brief tornadoes may occur in this area. Yep. Pretty accurate there. Pretty much what is what is happening. So the dry air comes in from the west, Bogalusa, down to New Orleans, even Gaucher. Within the next few minutes, you'll start to dry out. Bay St. Louis, Waveland for sure. But we got one more little round that's going to be coming through Gulfport over to Gaucher, Biloxi, and Pascagoula in the next 30 minutes, and then it'll be over with for you as well. I apologize if I'm going too fast through some of this stuff, but that's basically what's happening from the west and to the east. Brett, anytime you want to jump in, let me know. I know you're still doing some stuff. He's trying to find some damage there into the area that was taking place, and it's still going down the road, but the damage that took place a little bit earlier, it's been kind of sparse, been a little bit hard to find as he was running up and down the road there. But no, that is not what I'm supposed to do. Here we go. There we are again. Something's okay. I can see the chat. Would you tell me if you can hear me before I have to turn this on and get feedback? Can you hear me out there? Maybe not. Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Appreciate that. Because I didn't know. I can't tell. Kind of my first time to operate OBS. I'm also trying to use Prism. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with either one. I'm not the greatest at it, so I apologize for the mistakes I've made this afternoon. Brett and I have done a bunch of dry runs, but you never really know what's going to happen until you do it. And if you didn't hear, if for some reason my microphone was thrown off or something, Brett and I've known Brett since he was a baby, actually. And he was very young first time I met Brett. I got to tell this story, too, by the way. There's 3 tornadoes out there, but let me tell you this story about Brett since he's not even on camera. Brett called in when I was working in Birmingham, and Brett's always been a very knowledgeable student of the weather, and he actually called in to the television station before we ever met, and he made a critique about my presentation. I don't know, 10, 12 years old. He had a set then, and he called in the television station. He says, I think I can help him. And I actually worked for Barron at the time. And that's how we met. So I've always appreciated his drive. We've been friends for many, many years. We actually did some chasing together back a while back, a couple of marriages ago for me. And we've been pretty good friends ever since. And I always appreciate his help. He's helped me out for many, many years, no matter which station I was at. I was at Weather Nation many years ago, and for many years, and he helped me out there. And so we're kind of getting together here. We've got some interesting stuff that for 20 years he and I talked about doing that we may end up doing here very shortly. And it's like stuff nobody else is doing, I promise you. And don't look for some sort of thumbnail that says the sky is falling and we're all going to die in the next 24 hours if you don't click the thumbnail. And if you're going to hang with us and you can be part of what we do, click on the thumbnail that says reality's coming. I'm not a big fan of trying to get a viewer that way. So anyway, that's where we are. Do I have any footage? I don't have footage. I've seen a couple of pictures today, but I haven't really seen a lot of footage. Now, Brett's doing that. He's on that end. I'm doing the radar coverage and sort of directing here from where I am. So I don't have any direct footage just yet. Brett's a broker, though. Maybe he'll have some. He's always Johnny on the spot, Brett is. Get down. I just had a cat break over a 5-foot wall and come into my little studio here. Again, here's where we are. The tornado warning for the next 43 minutes. It's in southeastern Mississippi. It's Perry, Wayne counties, and Crane County underneath a tornado warning. That's 9 miles to the east of Richton. Moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. South of there, we run into our next tornado warning. It's west of Mobile. Glen Acres. Glen Acres. Actually, the tornado itself is within the cone of silence near the mobile radar. So we're not really actually seeing it at this point. Could I go to LIX and see it? There it is. LIX is showing us where the tornado is here. Hold on a sec. Where is Brett located? I was hoping one of you would tell me. I think he's out shooting drone or something. I think he's doing something out of his vehicle because I don't see him online here at this particular moment. All right. Let's go back to the mobile radar, get a whole lot closer here. Now, this is coming across Fort Morgan, the one storm. That's 180, if you're familiar with it at all, 180. It often floods out there, by the way, especially in this sort of a situation. The water comes over. You get some beach erosion there that takes place. But this is the actual storm coming across that part, Fort Morgan. There's still, some semblance of rotation. But again, if you know anything about this particular radar, and every radar is going to be a little bit different. The resolution is going to be different. The pixelation is going to be different. And so you have to sort of get to know it. And I used to use one radar app for a while. I'm using this one now from Radar Omega. I really like this. They're working, efforting, keeping it fresh, and so much stuff. I mean, I could have taken this 20 years ago and produced a television sort of a product because they have so much going on with it at the moment. But anyway, right now, this inbound, outbound gate that's coming in is more of a larger rotation, a larger spin that's occurring. I don't see anything that's like gate to gate, pixel to pixel kind of shear that says, all right, there is a water spout. But this is imagine if you were sitting at the beach looking off the beach. This is one of those big things where the whole thing, the entirety of it all is spinning. So, more or less, that's what's happening there. North of Gulf Shores, we still have the big spin there. This is Billy's. Just now hit me where this is. This is at Billy's Fish House. Excuse me, Billy's Fish House, which is right down here. And that's the Bon Secours River that goes north through. There's a little pizza place right here on County Road 10. And so, once again, this actually looks like it's blowing out ahead of everything else. This is the little blowout that's occurring. Still some rotation back here, but it looks like an outflow. I set up right there. And then back over here, still strong rotation. Hey, Brett. Okay, hold on. Let me click you on here. Give me a sec. Brett, I got everything except your audio. Can you talk to me, B? B? This is weird.
It's about to do bad things right up there on the highway. Check. Can you hear me, David?
Nope. All right.
Test. 1, 2, 3.
There's a VU just came on, but I mean your VU just went up, but monitor thing again.
Check.
Hold on. It is. So something happens every time that goes on. How about now?
Check.
Yeah. And every time we reset that, it resets to monitor only or whatever it is. I think we should be back on right now.
All right. Well.
Can anybody tell?
Yeah. 1 second. I'm checking. Are they not moving?
No, it's
Oh, that's those 2 lanes.
yeah. Beeping because you wouldn't.
Damage at Bon Secours.
Yeah, you got a tornado just north of the USA's campus on the ground, just crossed Highway 98, and we had a tornado southwest of the airport earlier.
Check this out, too. That's back into the bay. That's where the pier is over there.
Yep.
That fishing pier on the south side, into the bay side, just to the east of Dolphin Island, where the ferry used to come in and pull in right there. There's a new tornado there, or spout. And then you got this near Foley, although that doesn't look like what it did, but you can see there's social media reports or photos. Have you seen those?
I have not seen the photos.
Okay. Nor have I. Yeah, there's that velocity click. Let me go up in elevation here a little bit. Check that out. Or I guess you see it too. Observed tornado there. Midtown Mobile moving north at about 25 now. A damaging tornado near Mobile Regional Airport.
Yep.
All right, so that's a tornado warning again there. There's actually two areas that we're watching, the one west of Satsuma and Spanish Trace. There was some inbound, outbound there, but that's much broader again. Doesn't look like that's really a big deal at the moment. But what is just down to the south of there that's coming across 45 now, and just to the north of 98, strong inbound, outbound there, and a tornado that is likely on the ground. We did have a tornado warning, still do, although that indicator over there in the Mississippi near Clara and Richton, that's moving northeast at 25. That's a severe thunderstorm in Greene County, capable of producing a tornado. Actually, there's one there, but there's also another one that looks pretty wicked just to the west of Neely and north of Beaumont. That's coming across the county there, moving back into Alabama probably before too very long. And then several more down to the south. This is an obvious spout. This thing is kicking up. I caught a big redfish right there one time, right off of that point. So that's in the northern part of the bay. And the last LSR we had from Baldwin was social media reporting damage in Bon Secour due to a possible tornado there. Like I said, that's Billy's Fish House. It's right down there, and that's where I saw the first part of that. And I say that because there's not much else down that way, or unless it's new. This is at the very end of Bon Secour, the river, the Bon Secour River, which goes back up and comes into Foley on 59 there on the roadway. But Satsuma, Alabama, that is the tornado warning that they're talking about quite a bit right now. Look at this thing, Brett. There might be two tornadoes there, Brett, within 10 miles of each other?
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
See the radar? I mean, they're they're within the polygon, but they're right there together.
Yep. See that as well. Trying to get north to that cell right now. That's there on the north side of Mobile, west of Pritchard. It's just awful in terms of the road network and red lights through here.
Yeah. That's a little bit funny, a little odd. The drop is pretty far to the east.
Yeah, I saw that.
Doesn't match up very well.
No, it doesn't.
This thing's nutty.
Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of outran me too. I mean, that's kind of the story of everything. They're all kind of outrunning us.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what the next course of action is going to be. I can't imagine that this is going to continue much longer. Cannot imagine.
Some of these dew points are pretty high far to the east. Destin at 70.
Yeah, I see that. This thing up here looks like it's trying to lose it. The one to the north. I'm thinking we're about to head toward the interstate. Matter of fact, take a right on this. Yeah, take this right. We're going to go toward the interstate. We may go toward the interstate and get this next spout that's coming up out of Dolphin Island that's going to come north.
Yeah, as good a call as any.
And then we may. I mean, it may be time. It may be time to call it quits after that if we don't see something. I do see that everything's kind of, that line's now pushing into Mississippi past Gulfport, so we're starting to get the line to push in now. Yeah, that Bon Secours tornado down there, that was a lot of debris that was in that tornado. I just don't know that there's much out there to hit between Foley and Gulf Shores on the west side of the coastal highway.
Much as far as what?
Just, I don't think there's many structures out that way.
In the
on
Bon
that
Secours
coastal
area?
highway there. Yeah, north of town.
Yeah, there's a lot of old houses there. There's a lot of old houses right there on that road. I mean, from Bon Secours, coming up Bon Secours, the highway it's called, that goes over to 59. That's all residential. It's all residential. It was. I say that, and it's even been 10 years since I've been there. It was Ivan, I guess, was the last time I was down there. But I always had a house down there. You know, that's where I used to go. This week, for 20-something years, I was there fishing or Chalmette. So, I know there's stuff there.
Yeah, I know Sally a couple years ago did a number on it in that area, and more specifically right on the coast, but they got hammered there too. They had a tornado there a couple years ago, a pretty big one, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of the same type of deal.
If you're not mistaken, I'm sure they did. I bet.
I don't know what. I can't remember when the event was, what month it was. One thing that I have not seen, that's kind of what's got me curious. Been through all these tornadoes, saw several power flashes with that thing south of the Mobile airport, but just did not see a lot of physical damage.
Yeah. You know, maybe all that stuff that's up in the air is just leaves falling off trees. Huh?
Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts too. Saw some media video of the other tornado along the interstate over there, that as it was going on shore, and it was pulling some leaves, but it wasn't pulling anything. You know, it wasn't down in any trees. It would wave them around a little bit, but they looked to be fairly weak tornadoes at this point.
Well, I don't think anything. Yeah, probably nothing's really been large, but I mean, we're talking water spouts, then
right
tornadoes. This thing in the bay is still around.
Yeah, I see it's
got a little lightning with it.
See that too. I did see that.
So what?
Yeah, ambulance going by. I don't think it's anything other than maybe accident or something. Let's see here.
This thing is holding on up here to Mississippi too. It's at least been a long-lived couplet.
Very much so. Very much so. Well, if there's one thing that we learned about today, in my opinion, we'll have to have some additional hands.
Well, I think what I learned, and maybe somebody out there who uses OBS more than me would know, is that every time your video dropped out and you came back, it defaulted to whatever that reading is, that audio reading where I can't hear you.
Right.
Let me see if I can find what it is here. Where it says audio monitoring, monitor, and output, well, it defaulted to monitor off. Every time you dropped out and you came back, it defaulted to monitor off. So I got to figure that out.
Right. We took the south route here, going down a frontage road. See those cells down there in the base just split.
Yeah.
Just split.
They just chopped the rest of the watch out of Mississippi.
That makes sense. I think it's overworked. I really do.
Except for where the tornado is there in that one county. They left the one county up there east of Hattiesburg. Oh, Lord, I think Penny's out of her cage.
Chicken on loose.
I think so, dude. Chicken on the run, run, boys, run.
That's where you need that gif with the chicken running with the coffee cup in his hand.
Got some crappy video of that tornado, I think. Had power explosions around us.
It's a little bit weird that there's not more of the one that we saw from the DOT. I mean, that looked like it had been on for a little while, on the ground for a little while, and it was large enough to not just go away immediately.
McDonald's, anything, food? You dying? I'm getting to death stage, DEFCON death of needing food for.
You guys are so weak.
I know. Hurricanes killed us.
They're going to reissue this tornado warning there on 59 for the spin that's on there.
Yeah.
Can you still see the monitor, my monitor?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to reissue for that. Boom. Shakalaka.
I see that. We stopped right here to get some food.
Yeah, don't lie to me and tell me you've not been eating, because I at least had enough audio to hear you eating.
Oh, I had a chip and some pretzel sticks, which is fine. I'm gonna get some video up here in a second that you can use from the other stuff. Let me go ahead and start pulling that in, because I know you'll enjoy that.
You're doing it just for me?
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate it.
Not really, but yeah.
God, is that penny down there? Try a different display color here. Let me see what it looks like tonight.
Buddy, I got you some pretty interesting looking stuff here.
There's two little spouts out there over the southern bay again. Twins, little sisters. Weird day. I don't like this background. No, certainly don't like that one. It's all right, but we lose our roads. That's going right past the outlets. Still on the radio. Hopping the radio. I'm not sure if I would say absolutely good for tonight. There's a big gap there south of the airport for the moment. But if you look back to the southwest, there's still some of the stuff that's offshore that potentially could make it that far to the north. See this little arc right here? That's going to come across the barrier islands in a minute and be in eastern, well, east of Pascagoula anyway. So far, everything that has triggered a tornado warning has been ahead of the front. 50 miles, 40 to 50 miles ahead of the front. This is the front here and right here. That's the actual cool front. And, excuse me. And so all this stuff out here is, has become more singular, but this is where any veering would be taking place, is taking place over here. And if you just draw a line from a few of these cells that are out here over the Gulf, they could still be on a trajectory that gets to Mobile before it's over with. So to answer your question, Zrob, I wouldn't give the all clear just yet. See, this one is still arcing right here. Even though it's kind of with the front, it's still got a little arc. If you're watching the radar yourself, just wait till the front goes by and then tell whoever it is that, are you there? Josh Burnham, doesn't he have that? Isn't he a comedian that plays the piano? I love his stuff. Summerdale, Robertsdale. Mm-hmm. Oh, Bo, you're right. Are you, Josh? I'd use it. It's Bo Burnham. I'd at least say he's my cousin or something, Josh. Here's what you do, Josh. Let me help you out. I don't know where you live, but I'd call like the local restaurant. I'd say, do you know who, to make reservations, hey, do you know who Bo Burnham is? And they'd say, I don't know. You'd say, he's on a Netflix special, whatever. Well, he and I are coming for dinner here shortly. So, would you just write us down, please? And then when you get there, all you gotta do is say, I'm with Bo, and go sit down. Done it before. I've used Brett's name to get into restaurants plenty of times like that. There was that club that time I used your name and got in. They put me in some little room by myself. Get my chicken. Hold on. Is it chicken time? It's not chicken time, really. Why y'all got the red lights on? Those always scare me. Oh my God, I can't hear you again. God, didn't go back to that already. You did something this time. Oh my God, it's been... I just want to hear you eat.
Do you?
Yep.
Good. Did you get your chicken?
She's downstairs.
Oh. Oh, I thought you meant eating chicken. This is a must. We must have this right now.
No, I heard my live chicken walking around downstairs.
Oh.
They've got the fresh food.
She might be walking upstairs. Brett, I'm going to give you a break.
Well, it looks a lot to me like things are trying to calm down. I'm wondering if we're starting to get worked over.
You're just saying that because you got a Big Mac in your mouth.
Well, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Are you letting Heath eat?
Yeah, he's eating. I got him this contraption where he can drive and eat. It's called a third hand.
Is it called a spoon? What do you mean?
He eats all of his meals through a large straw.
I have a blender in the side compartment here.
Through a tube.
But
Josh.
yeah.
Josh, do you want to see my chicken? Hold on. I think they think I'm kidding.
Let's see the chicken. Anybody who wants to see the chicken.
Come here, Penny. Come on. Come on.
I'm uploading. I'm working on uploading this video, David.
All right.
So that you can break down the Jackson County, Mississippi Armageddon from earlier.
It's bad. Come on, Penny. All right. Killer wants to see it. Hold on.
All right. I'm gonna email you a link. I need bone-in chicken. I mean, bone-in ribeye. Yeah, South Carolina lost. I hate that team. I mean, bad. Because so far, South Carolina has cost me $9,800. Come on, DB.
This way, baby.
There's a chicken.
Your money in my house. I forgot to eat.
Hey, Penny, I'm about to have some chicken.
Shut your mouth. I'll let that apple go bad. Nope, this is my chicken. I saved this chicken. from a horrible fate on top of Mount Eagle Mountain. It was snowing. It was like -6. I was doing a weather report, a live weather report for Weather Nation, and she was under a bush. And she
Bushy chicken.
has been with me ever since. I'm gonna zoom in with her. Somebody just said she's not live. Sorry, that's a live chicken because I just felt something warm go down my back.
That ain't good.
Never is. I squeezed her real hard too.
I tell you what, the most intense tornadoes were over Mobile Bay.
I know.
Holy,
Still is.
Holy cow.
Still is. Look at it. But there's.
I'm seeing photos of a big stovepipe spout and then a big drill bit spout.
Come on. I'm not gonna hold you up here for very long. Shiver.
That's what she said.
Chicken's not the good cold.
Nope. You better keep that chicken warm.
She seems real. She doesn't get cold.
Sorry, guys, if we seem a little off. We're getting a little bit exhausted, just slightly. We have been going for a good 5 hours and 45 minutes of straight listening to David talk and us deal with technical issues. However, we do appreciate all 16,440 of you that watched. $16,440.
We're down to like 11 now.
111.
Oh, well, those would be important.
116 now. So yeah, we've been rolling for a little while.
What I expect.
No. Expected a couple tornadoes, but I didn't expect them all to look like water spouts coming on shore.
I didn't think the water spout thing would be as prominent. I mean, looking back now, I get it, but I thought a warm front would set up just north of Hattiesburg there. And the occlusion that never happened. Well, the technical stuff, so I wrote down what I thought was happening, and much of it was if you go off. So when you would go off completely, when I'd lose your signal, I kept reloading you into the browser, reloading your URL into the browser. And then, by the way, if somebody's listening, you know how to do this better than me. Please help. I went from the URL, but then when I did that, it defaulted back to not being able to monitor you. I'm 99% sure that's probably what happened about every time. Now, you had a terrible signal through the day today, by the way.
Yeah. Off of the beaten path, it definitely was not.
Yep, because we talked about you being on I-10 last night.
Yeah, we had to get off I-10, and then when we did, it was not a good, not a good signal.
Weird too. A couple times there, I could hear you, but Drew called or texted and said he couldn't hear both of us.
Right.
I don't know which one I like better. If I like Prism or OBS better. Of course, we didn't even get Prism to work. Maria says she had a chicken that used to come into her living room, lay on her back in front of the fire with her legs in. Maria says that she had a chicken used to come into the living room, lie on her back in front of the fire with her legs up in the air. Are we positive that was a chicken?
Well,
yeah, I didn't think so,
right,
Penny.
then.
You're right. That's pretty good. That sounds more like. I got chili waiting for me downstairs. What do you want to do? I've watched you eat for.
I think, yeah, I only like partially ate. I mean, I think that, guys, we're going to probably call this an evening. Unless you want to show this video first, David, I just.
Oh, did you send it to me?
Hold on, I'm about to send it to you right now.
Yeah, when I go full screen, I know it shuts you off, and I think that's because I still have to add you, even if I go full screen. I still have to add you as a source to keep your mic working. I think.
All right, hold on. Working on getting you that link. Okay.
Oh, killer! That was pretty good. Killer says chickens used to predict foul weather.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad. Say so myself.
And the comedian Bo Burnham says that's a bad one. It's Josh's brother. Her name is Henrietta. My name's my chicken's name is Penelope. No, this is not an outbreak. My face is more of an outbreak than this was today.
Definitely not an outbreak.
A nuisance is what it was. You never know, though. But when's the last time you saw a decent tornado come off of the coast in one county in, be a big nader?
Pensacola, when we were on air and hit EF3.
Where?
That EF3 in Pensacola when we were on air, and I had to jump out of the truck to go to that house that had been obliterated into the bay.
And it was a spout
overnight,
before?
Right. It was a spout offshore, came on, reorganized, and then went on out there and tore up that house and went back out in the bay again.
I remember when there was one in that hit Tampa many years ago, and it did so enough to where like all the insurance companies were running commercials about it the next day, about how they were there.
Holy crap, the one near Big Point that we missed, that hurts.
What do you mean? Oh, that y'all missed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, up in the woods.
Yeah. I mean, don't you think if you had it to do over again, you'd have stayed on 10 all day?
Probably.
You'd have caught a lot more.
Yep.
And you'd have had your front camera working the whole time?
Well, we took 59. I mean,
Well,
59 should have been pretty good. But
another Robertsdale, or did they reissue? Till 8:50, 7:50. It was 8 minutes ago. I'm just trying to be cautious now.
Robertsdale got hit not too long ago.
yeah. All right, that link's in your email.
Let's see. I'm actually gonna do this with a chicken on my shoulder. Hold on. Okay. I gotta show this for a second. I don't think you can talk, but I gotta show these people down at the southernmost point out of Key West. Hold on, watch this. I love that. I love the way everybody goes in there to take their picture.
I liked watching them during the end when they all got knocked down by 10
I
feet.
know. They just kept. Some lady had a kid down there that washed away for a minute.
Yeah, they were all
right out of her hands. You sent it to my email. Let's see.
I just replied to one of the ones you sent.
They just issued a new. Oh no. Just a little update to their tornado watch. Hush, Benny.
She using foul language.
She is. Confirmed tornadoes reported near Gulf Shores in the last hour. Web profiles at Mobile continue to show favorable environment for supercells back southeasterlies. 0 to 2 kilometer storm relative felicity. Shut up.
The
Hold on.
Yeah, this wasn't Alabama. This was earlier.
You sure you sent it to my email?
I did. I replied to the email you sent.
Oh, here we go. Oh. It's up. Can you see it?
Yep. Yeah, I see it. I mean, you can see how low some of that stuff was.
Yeah.
And spinning there. That was in Jackson County. That was north of Escatawpa on 63. As that storm near Wade was wrapping up, you definitely see that it had cyclonic circulation there. It just, we couldn't ever get an area to run it down. That right there is maybe the closest on the ground there off of the east side of 63, and had a good area.
Oh, I got horizontal vorticity here. Hold on, Dave.
Theodore that went up toward Mobile Airport. So, all right then.
All right. So, look what's back in the bay again.
I don't even want to look.
Yeah, you do. Look. That's the tightest one I've seen in a while.
Yeah. That was probably slinging some water.
Look.
Yeah.
Gosh. Look at that. That's coming like right for Spanish Fort.
I see it.
It weakened that time. Alright, I'm gonna go eat, B. I learned some stuff. Thank y'all for watching. Those of you who are still with us, by the way, Bo Burnham and the rest of y'all. And that was fun. I learned some stuff. Maybe I screwed it up for most of the day today. Most of that was my fault.
Well, we're going to work on it some more. I've got a bunch of private messages. I'm headed back up 65 now, headed towards Central Alabama. We got a bunch of messages, a bunch of good feedback. If anybody has any ideas, any knowledge of some of the stuff, wants to help out, Brett at livestormsmedia.com, and I'm all ears because we want to do this a lot more and do it better. This was a test, and honestly, I think we thought we might get a few warnings. I don't think we thought we would get 80 warnings.
Did we have 80 warnings?
I don't know. We had a bunch.
Oh,
we
I thought you were messing with me.
We had a bunch across like 8 counties, and that was it.
Yeah.
I would say we probably had 35, 40 warnings.
Probably, yeah.
So, but Dave's going to grab food. I'm going to grab food. We're going to shut it down now. We appreciate everybody for watching, and stay with us. As severe weather strikes, we're going to work on building a good product here.
Yep, and it's going to be different. I promise it's going to be different. There's stuff out there right now that how do I say this? There's some stuff out there right now. I mean, if you just go through YouTube, you can find some thumbnails and stuff that will blow your freaking mind. I just saw one not from where I thought it came from, but there's a bunch of imposters out there at the moment, which I went to school for too many years of my life to let some fake people show up all of a sudden and claim that they know what's going on. If you ain't been in one, your name's not Bennett if you ain't been in it, and you're not gonna, I don't want somebody telling me about what's going on. So to be involved, Brett and I were talking about the fact that it's got to be legit. So Don't go through there going for some colorful thumbnail that says life is over as we know it. Keep your head between your legs. I'm trying not to say it, but reality's reality. I've been doing this for a long time. Never had to use a thumbnail to get somebody to watch. Credibility. I know I got a chicken on my shoulder and a strap on my back.
Oh, I got horizontal vorticity here.
Do it with more experience.
Hold on, Dave.
Anyway,
we're gonna close it out. I'm gonna let Dave get out, and we'll be back for the next one. Subscribe the page. You'll get the notifications when we go live. 6 hours and 5 minutes today. Good work.
Cool beans. Talk to you later, B.